this, but I got just the regular, DWM everything, just colored. But this is SL status, very basic, no nonsense,
Yeah.
And I just have that running into an auto script, and then this is my Kitty, because Tyler wanted me to use Kitty now. So
yes.
And here is Rockstar, trying to get it in front of me.
All right, so I'm live now, and I'm also looking at your screen on the live stream.
Yeah, this is Kitty, dude.
Dude, you
really nice.
you gotta add some space in there, dog. Some padding.
There's padding right here. See?
No, that's called gaps in your window manager, homie. You need padding inside of Kitty. All right. Like,
like from here to there.
Yeah. Trust me. Like, hold on. I'm sharing my screen, right? Yeah, I'm sharing my screen this way.
And here's my kick-ass background. Okay, go ahead.
Wait, your kick-ass background. Show it to me. No, you should. Oh.
Here, I'll show it to you.
Yes, share it with the
I'll share it with everybody.
Oh, that looks nice. I mean, it would definitely look better if Discord wasn't compressing it to all hell, but that's besides.
Everybody that's looking at this, it actually is in HD quality, so it looks better than. But yeah.
But so all right. Let me show you, Pat. Oh my God, I'm resizing windows over here. I don't mean to be doing that.
Okay, I'll stop mine. Whoa. Hang on.
Let me go over here. All right, so this is what you want. You want that nice padding, but like between the outside of the window and the text, and it's just fantastic. It's gorgeous. I mean,
you gotta do that. Well, fish is always great.
Of course. I mean, like literally, like what are you doing if you're not using fish? Like,
honestly, it does make Alacrity look like a pile of dog.
See, here's the crazy thing. I never thought I'd say it, but genuinely, the best fucking use that you can have for a terminal, for any use case, the best way that you can use it is have bash be your system shell, and then the shell that you actually interact with yourself on a daily basis be fish. Like, it's the best. It's so good.
Right.
But hello everybody in chat. Matt, yes, I am on Gentoo. I actually am. Like, I guess I need to confirm that.
You'll fetch that, dude. Yeah.
So here you go. I am on Gentoo. Nothing crazy. I'm using the distribution kernel. So just a very generic kernel. Like, didn't spice it up. And
we both compiled it. So
yeah. I probably will be spending the time and going through and making my own custom kernel before too long. But right now I'm just happy that gaming for the most part is working. Doom's not running for some reason. Neither was Splitgate, but Splitgate is installed, so I could go ahead and play that. But I am actually on Gentoo. DWM is cool. I actually might go back to DWM because with floating, I've noticed, like, if I bring this window over here, like, DWM is very choppy with moving windows, or BSPWM, excuse me, is very choppy with moving windows. It's weird the way that shit works. Like, it's like the window doesn't update after so many pixels of movement, and it's very weird. Like, it's very choppy. It has nothing to do with PyCom. Like, I don't have screen tearing or any. It's not like that. ZSH is faster than Bash and entirely POSIX compliant. You could do Dash. ZSH is fine, but I prefer Fish. Like, here's the reason I prefer Fish. Okay, like, let me make sure I don't have I do have a browser window open. So hold on, let me open up a new browser window here. Hopefully it'll go here on the same one. But if I do fish config, it just opens up in your web browser a tab to configure your terminal interface. You can choose from preset like themes here, and they've got like all of the popular ones like Nord, Dracula, Solarized Dark. Like they've got the base 16 ones. They've got a few very popular color schemes that you're probably gonna use, but even if you're not, you can do it straight through here. Clicking on customize, you can change the prompt super easily through here. Again, you can do all of this in the terminal and everything, but it's a very user-friendly way of customizing the shell, and it's really nice. Abbreviations is like aliases, and I actually like that it's called abbreviations. It makes sense. Like, some people might be confused by what the fucking alias is, but abbreviation, I'm pretty sure everybody who has taken an English class, which I think to get out of high school you got to do, understands.
In this country.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I would hope in most countries, but whatever.
Yeah. I'm just kidding, dude.
TCSH. Yeah. No. That's definitely a weird one. It's not that you're a loser, it's just you're definitely an outlier, that's for sure. The spawn camp, I will go ahead and say it is a pain. Like, I'd be lying if I told you compiling everything on Gentoo is not a pain. Because me and Mintalk spent probably 7 hours installing Gentoo, getting not just installing it, but getting everything that we needed installed. I passed out on Discord. There's actually, if you go to my Discord, I believe it's in Off Topic, you can find a picture of me asleep on Discord, because I actually ended up passing out sharing my screen and webcam with just compiling. I think I was compiling Chromium, OBS, Discord. I was compiling everything. Just passed out. So yeah, compiling everything is a pain, but I will say, after you do the initial install, it's very nice to have everything configured yourself, and also have that much control over the system. Also, when you need to update, when it comes to Gentoo, you only ever update when you're about to go to sleep. If you're running an update in the middle of the day, you fucked up. No. You run an update when you go to sleep, and you let your computer run all night. That's just what you do. That's how you run your life as a Gentoo user. At the very least, if you want to have a happy life, that's how you do it. Oh, Root, how's it going? Welcome, man. Yeah, ZSH auto completion. I really, in all honesty, don't like it as much as Fish. Fish is really good. Yes, I actually saw Root. I saw your response video to Mental Outlaws video. I loved the fact that it was 30 minutes. When I saw the video, I was like, oh shit, he's got it. I clicked on it and I saw how long it was. I was like, oh, fuck yeah. Yes. Root BSD chat. Yes, sir. I did that. He actually, Mental Outlaw commented on my channel, I think right before that video. But I never once thought that my channel would get showcased on Mental Outlaw's channel. That's wild to me. Reason why you'd use ESH for the system would be to speed up things up, like compile times and many other parts of the system. Also, using things like CC cache and SC cache would help speed up updates. I'm not worried. Again, when it comes, I don't really worry about speeding up updates because they're in the middle of the night. That's what happens when I'm sleepy. So it's all good.
Oh, tell them about the good parts of Gentoo, where you can fine tune that stuff.
Oh, well, yeah.
To the point of it's going to be really nice.
Yeah, since we're talking about Gentoo, I guess I'll cover one of the things that as a Gentoo user, or somebody who's like at least installed Gentoo like many times, 99% of people use use flags on Gentoo the complete wrong way, and it drives me insane. Okay, so like I'm just gonna vim into my Etsy portage make.conf file. So in this make.conf, you can see at the bottom line down here, like right here, I have my use flags, and I have a very select few of use flags. This is actually the most use flags I've ever had on Gentoo. The most I've ever had in my make.conf. The way the Gentoo handbook is laid out, it misleads a lot of people into thinking that you need to add a lot of use flags to your make.conf, but really, in all honesty, you shouldn't. I have elognd here, which is like a part of systemd, but just extracted and removed out for stuff you kind of need it. You technically could get away without having it, but probably want to have it. So I have that in here because I want everything to be built with compatibility for that. Pulse audio, obviously, because that's what I'm using for my sound, and any program that has the capability of outputting sound, I want to use Pulse audio. No systemd, because I'm using OpenRC. I'm not an insane person using systemd on Gentoo. You can, but it makes life much more difficult, and if you have any problems, like, no one's really going to be able to help you out with it, because most people who run Gentoo don't run systemd. So I don't want anything built with it. I've got Zenorama and dbus in here, and dbus I don't probably need as a global use flag. That's probably one of the ones added by my desktop profile, and minus systemd is also probably added by the desktop profile, but I've got it in here anyway, because when you choose your desktop profile, I believe you download the one based off of whether or not you want systemd or not, so probably don't need that, but it's in there anyway. How you actually use flags on a per package level, which is typically when you'll need use flags, like to fix a circular dependency or to customize a package. You do it through a folder in Etsy portage called package.use, and then you will make a file in here, and I typically just name the file whatever the package name is. So like if it's Mesa, I'll put that. For OBS-Studio, I just named it OBS-Studio. And then inside of these files, every time you install something, it'll go through and read this. All of this extra stuff in here I did not add. This is, you can see below, like here, like Media Libs Mesa, like all this stuff, ABIX82, all of this is added by the Steam meta package. The only thing that I did in this file is this top line up here. That's all I did, and that's all you need to do for most of these packages. You just make a file in this folder, and when you run like a merge, it'll just read through this package folder here, or package.use folder, and you give it the full name, so the category that the package is in, the package's name, and then the use flags you want to use. And so I customized it in here, and that's how you're actually supposed to use flags, is on a per package basis. Obviously you're going to have some global use flags, but so many times I see people just add like fucking 42 use flags to their make.conf, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, no, that's not, just no, that's not how you're supposed to use Gentoo. But eBuild syntax is horrible, just horrible. Yeah, I really don't fuck around with eBuild so much, so I have no idea. Yeah, you got to do them before bed. Oh, well, if for everybody, or maybe just you who came over from Mental Outlaw, thank you. Like, hopefully you'll like the videos and streams I put out. Maybe, I don't know. Depends. I might piss you off. Just wait. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. Like, I have an 11-hour stream, and actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I'm gonna load up YouTube and I'm gonna show you this comment that just it made my fucking day on YouTube. Okay, this comment is so funny. It has nothing to do with a long stream, but it made me think about it because I had a long stream and someone, like 11 hours, and someone commented on it like 11 hours. Like, am I supposed like you? Do you think I'm gonna watch this all? I'm like, you don't have to watch it. Like, duh. It's not like I expect anyone to watch an 11-hour live stream. But this comment here, God, this comment was so good.
Yeah.
Just so on my using backports to update Debian kernel and buy OpenBSD, this dude, Santo, commented, "Why are you gay?" And this shit made, oh my God. Like, I was crying. Like, this is so good. Like, that comment made my day. Like, it was so funny. Because it's on a video that like I just there's so many bad videos that I've put out where like I would expect to have a comment like that, and it's just on one that's like it's not a bad video. It's actually just like it's a normal video. Like it's really nothing special, but it made my day. That the comment was so good.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I actually don't know that Josh is actually still using System D. I think he used it once. Why did you not add the X on your use? This is a good point, AJ. I'm glad you asked that. Let's talk about this for a second. Because that's actually one of the things that I hear people say a lot. Okay, when you're installing Gentoo, actually, let me close that. Let's go to the let's just load up the Gentoo handbook.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm just going to go to the main page. Oh no, that's going to take me to the wiki. Ah shit. Just go to Gentoo download. Okay, so on the Gentoo download page where you're going to get your stage 3, you need to be doing this if you're not already, but I assume most people are. When you're going to install Gentoo on your desktop PC, like whether or not it's a laptop or a desktop doesn't matter, but on your PC that you're going to use as a desktop, like you are going to be using, download and use the desktop profile for whether or not you're going to be using OpenRC or Systemd. Download the desktop profile and make sure that you're using it should automatically be chosen, but there's a part of the handbook where you're going to check and make sure that's actually using the desktop profile. But as long as you're using the desktop profile, that desktop profile comes with a whole bunch of use flags that you're definitely going to want as a desktop user already set, but it's outside of the make.conf. Like you don't see it, but it's already set for you because it should be. And one of those things is X. Like obviously as a desktop PC, you're going to want things built with support for X. So it automatically adds it for you. That doesn't mean X is already installed. You still do need to install it. But yeah, it comes with those use flags preset in the profile for you. And so since X is already set, there's no reason for me to set it. Actually, I believe hold on, let me see if I search Xorg on Gentoo and go there. I believe it will actually say that the use flag should already be set on desktop profiles. Believe it mentions that in here. Use X. Yeah, here we go. Portage knows the use equals X use flag for enabling support for X and other packages. And then it says this right here in parentheses, default in all desktop profiles. So it's already in there. Like it's already there. So you don't actually need to add it. And there's quite a few other things other than X that are in that desktop profile. So yeah.
I guess I got kicked or something. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, and Peter, I completely agree. That is the way use flags is recommended in the Gentoo wiki. But the handbook, going through the handbook for installing, it covers use flags and like recommended use flags for KDE and GNOME, and it lists off a whole bunch of I don't remember what it calls them, like recommended or typical use flags on a desktop, and it covers, like, it lists out all these. And so a lot of people think that, oh, I need to go ahead and add that to my make.conf now. And it's like, no. That's no. Put in the ones for KDE or GNOME if you know you're going to use that. But besides that, no, don't start just adding use flags into your make.conf just because. It's not like it's guaranteed going to cause problems, but it can. So why do it? You know, they don't know I'm kind of crazy. Yeah, it's in a great way. It's in a great way. That's certified hood classic. Making short form tech content is challenging. Yes. Well, honestly, that's one of the things about making videos that people will never understand. Like, I go a small portion of time without making a video, and people are like, why don't you just make a video? Like, it's not always as simple as just sitting down and talking. It's not always that simple. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem, AJ. Does that much transparency get your eyes tired? No, it honestly doesn't distract me at all. Really, the main thing with the transparency is like this much transparency, which is about 30%, like 70, I believe, 0.7 like opacity. With the blur is actually really nice. Like, it's pretty nice. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and load up into GTA 5 because I'm sure. Mintalk, you want to play GTA 5?
Yeah, I can do that.
All right, Kudo, you gonna play GTA 5?
Yeah, I'm
Will,
done.
how's it going? You look like you got a. You're muted, just so you know, Will. And I still can't hear you. I'm gonna bump you up like 40%, but I'm gonna see. Yo, how's it going? Yeah, I still can't hear you. Hold on, let me move you over here. Oh.
Bump it up.
Yeah, you're. I still can't hear you. Your microphone's not coming through at all. Let me load up GTA. Let me just go ahead and get it started loading.
Yeah, it takes forever.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. No, dude, it didn't load. Yeah, it's not working. Don't show me this.
Did it just crash?
Yeah, just play and stop. Like, yep, just switched over. Hold on, let me see. Properties, compatibility. Instead of Proton Experimental, let's try GE Proton. Let's try it.
Gotta get that egg roll.
Nope, doesn't work. Iron.
Try removing the compatibility and then re-add it again.
Well, no, because it's not going to re-download anything.
No, but it might work.
I don't see how that would help.
Sometimes it helps when I like reinstall. Some games doesn't want to launch.
Let me try like verify the integrity.
Yeah, I've also had a problem.
I'll just verify. Like sometimes that fixes it. I really don't know. It should work. There's no reason why it wouldn't work here, unless I have like something not installed. But
I checked it.
Yeah, Mace isn't. I mean, you're playing on Gentoo right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason why it wouldn't be working for me.
Well, my CPU is definitely higher clocked.
Really. Actually, so Root brought up something interesting in chat. He said, I'm having thermal issues with OpenBSD on the laptop. When I use YouTube or Odyssey, I average 65 to 70 degrees CPU and I just redid thermal paste. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. OpenBSD runs hot on anything, and on my computer, before we did the Gentoo install, I actually was going to install OpenBSD again and just use like GeForce Now to play my Steam games and stuff. I was actually going to start paying for it, but they still haven't fixed the issue with the Super IO or like ACPI issue on my motherboard. When it hits the ACPI 0 shit in the boot up process, all of the fans connected to fan headers to my motherboard, like the CPU fan, system fans, all that, just stops working. Like they just all stop spinning. And so that's kind of a
sound check.
Huh?
Sound check.
It is working now.
Sounds working.
Okay. All right. Good deal.
How you doing, Will? How you doing?
Good to see y'all. I'm doing great, bud. Good to see you. Good to see you online. That's why I joined.
Dude, it's been too long since we.
Good to see everybody. It's been way too long. 5 million times too long.
Yes.
Good to see everybody. Love y'all.
Man, I love you too, man. It's been too long. How's life been treating you?
Keep on keeping on. It's been treating me, I don't know, like shit. You know how life does, but it is what it is.
You staying happy?
I got my truck fixed. I am.
Word.
Been busy, but been good. And I miss your ass. I've been meaning to drive my ass down there. It's gonna happen before too long. I'll surprise you.
Well, you are more than welcome. More than welcome. Actually, if you wanted to come by tomorrow, you're more than welcome to stop by my place. Like, no problem.
Well, there was. Well, we'll talk about that later. But probably later than that. Probably more in like middle July, because I got like crazy. I'm in chat all this weekend, and then next weekend I'll be kind of in Florida a little bit, so I'm a little bit around, but then we'll talk to you soon as well.
That actually works out perfect, because in mid-July I'll be getting back from a vacation, and I probably we'll have the house professionally cleaned before we leave, and so we'll get back to a clean ass house. It'll be stocked full of shit as soon as we get back, and then as soon as I get back, I'll just shoot a text. I've been wanting to go and meet Jake and Joe. I haven't done that, and I feel terrible about that, because we were going to go over and see them, me and Braden, like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago.
We need like a Tyler comeback barbecue party. That would be amazing.
Yes. Well, so
yeah,
what I'm thinking is try and get all of us that are here local. Try and get all of you guys like Braden, all of us to come over and meet here, and we'll make steaks. Like I'll go pick up like some ribeye.
Oh yes.
Yeah. That's what we need to do.
That's a great idea. I love that.
How about this? When I get
if
back,
you have already a steak recipe, never mind. Go ahead.
Oh no, I do have as soon as I confirm that all of you guys are available for a certain date, the day before I'll marinate the steaks for 24 hours. Like they're gonna be marinated. We gonna make some fucking bomb food. It's gonna be great.
That's what's up.
All right. It sounds like you got the steaks covered. I'm gonna be straight on sides. All right.
Yes,
I'm gonna
sir.
kill it like crazy.
And then I guess we can have Jake and Braden pick up some drinks on their way over. I'll probably stock up on some alcohol before you guys come over. But we'll still have them pick up some extras just in case you want to have some choice in what you want to drink. I mean, unless you want wine, because then we got plenty of that here, but that doesn't mean that my mom has so much of this one specific type of wine, because my sister bought her like so many cases of it. She's so worried about me drinking too much. Like I've had one bottle by myself, And like after having the one bottle, she was like, I'm not gonna have any if you keep drinking it like this. I'm like, I drink one bottle, one out of the like 100 and something that we have. Like, come on, I think it's fine.
Be straight, you'll be good.
All right, so let me catch up on.
God, I don't want to distract you too much from your party. Keep going on with your party. I'm just here as a spectator. I don't need all this attention.
Don't worry. Really, in all honesty, it's just a waiting game until GTA decides that it's going to play. Can I play GTA 5 on Heroic in chat? I have no idea.
Yes, you can.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was playing it on Heroic till I installed Lutris. I would recommend installing Epic Games through Lutris because it was faster for me at least. Like the performance was better on Lutris than Heroic.
CR Tech said, "Hey Zaney, I'm a longtime Arch user, but because of the bad experience, I must switch back to Windows." What do you mean by bad experience? What problems?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
That was what I was afraid of. You remember, Tyler? I don't mean to butt in too much, but I was very hesitant when you were trying to talk about elementary, which is completely different than Arch, but about going to something that was like more user friendly, but still a Linux thing.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to leave Windows just because that was all I knew.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's all I have to add.
Yeah. Well,
I'll mute out.
Sometimes with Arch is one of those things where Arch, because it's like that. The reason I recommended Elementary to you is because it's based off of Ubuntu. It's not nearly as bleeding edge, and with Arch, a lot of the times you can update and have packages that really haven't been tested enough or are just completely broken, and typically they're fixed very quick. But when you're wanting a system that works, like you don't care about having the latest and greatest from everyone out there, you just want shit to work. Arch can be a little finicky. A lot of people will fight that and say that Arch is very stable, and it is very stable. But I think everyone that's used Arch for a long time, or at the very least, at least a year, if you've used Arch for a year, you've had one update that was just broken. And like you had to either roll back or fix it. And that's something that really doesn't happen with like Ubuntu based or more stable distributions. I'm going to try and set up APMD to lower power. I recommend you do that route, but I'm going to be honest with you, that only helps so much on OpenBSD. Like really, in all honesty, like OpenBSD, I honestly don't know what it is, but I'm just going to assume that it's because their drivers and like microcode and stuff like that just isn't up to snuff compared to Linux. Even if I'm on Linux, I still used NTFS on my drives containing games. It runs more smoother than ext4. I honestly don't know about it. I don't really see NTFS giving you performance benefits compared to ext4. Like that one would be hard to convince. Like NTFS is a beautiful file system. It's fantastic because it's one of the few file systems that is designed to fail and yet actually is pretty decent. Like, there's something to be said for a good file system that has the worst design choice that you could possibly make. Like, that's pretty impressive. Like, yeah. It's like an idiot strapping like M80s to himself to make it across a river, and like they actually explode and he makes it across with minor damages. Like, yeah, there's some minor issues with it, but it still worked. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's awesome. Like, there's something to be said for that.
That's Microsoft for you.
Yeah. Like, NTFS is a terrible file system. It's designed to fail. I think that's objectively the case. It fragments itself. Without defragmentation, it gets progressively more slow, if not even completely failing after a long enough period of time.
It's like data, like degradation, you just lose data just straight up. Yeah. It's bad.
Okay, so GTA is not working. That's super.
Oh, bro.
Hold on, I reinstalled Splitgate using Proton. Let me see if this works with Proton, and it stops.
Really?
Probably,
Yeah,
it's probably
it must be the AMD Vulkan shit. Like, I probably need it for this. Like,
I know.
well, wait. I mean, if it's working for you, you're using NVIDIA.
Yeah, I'm using NVIDIA.
Tyler, can you hear me?
Yeah, how's it going, man?
Good. This is David. So you're on Gentoo now?
Yes, sir.
Way back when, I used Gentoo for years, and I would say I got the learning curve under my belt. I could handle pretty much every problem Gentoo threw at me. But years later, there was one problem Gentoo threw at me and I couldn't fix. And I was working on it for days and I just gave up. And I hadn't used Gentoo in a long time. Since I've been a trucker, I hadn't really used my laptop much at all in the last 4 years. But I tried throwing Gentoo back on it. I was going to getting over the learning curve again. And after the OpenRC would complete, I would just be sitting there on a black screen. So I'm like, what if it is working and I just can't see? So I type in my username and password and start X and it works. But I couldn't fix that. And I heard a lot of talk about NixOS. I queued up a whole bunch of videos on NixOS and just listening to it in the background while I multitask. And I've noticed a lot of the people that are working on NixOS come from Gentoo. So I've got NixOS on my system. Way back when I had a lot of breakage, when I was in the learning curve of Gentoo, how to fix stuff, I actually thought about something similar to NixOS. It'd been completely different if I went with it, but what it all boils down to, the basic concepts would have been the same. So I've got interest in NixOS. I've got it installed, but I haven't really made the time to learn it yet.
No, NixOS is it's very good. It's very good. And if Gentoo doesn't start acting right, I'll probably be leaving it.
So what do you think about a lot of the people that work on NixOS come from Gentoo?
Yeah, I mean, really, in all honesty.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Really, in all honesty, when it comes to people like leaving one distro for another, like typically most people like that leave a distribution, like really, in all honesty, like what I found is that when one person from a friend group leaves a distro and tries out another one and really likes it, most of their friend group will go with them. And that happens a lot in open source, where like friends, like one friend will leave because they're having issues and find something else that they really like and very much enjoy, and their friends will come over. And to me, it makes a lot of sense. And also, I don't think Gentoo has problems that NixOS necessarily fixes, like just because of how the distro's laid out. But I will say, when it comes to people who like Gentoo, the reason you like Gentoo is because you like to configure everything and have like a fine-tuned control over your system. And NixOS is the same like targeting the same people. Hold on, let me turn. I'm in alien isolation. I've loaded it up, and the background music for this shit is so loud. Let me turn this up. Turn up the music even more. There we go. But anyway, when it comes to like NixOS, like it serves the same crowd of people. Like if you like fine-tuned control over your system, NixOS does that, but it also does it in a more abstracted way than Gentoo. Like you just have a configuration file that you pass in the needed stuff, and then you don't really have to muck about other places on the system and do it actually manually yourself, which, I mean, both are good, but if you've been using Gentoo for a long time, NixOS I can definitely see being the thing where you're like, oh, this is awesome. Because you still have that fine-tuned control, but you can do it like a task that might take 2 minutes in regular Gentoo might take 15 seconds in Nix, which is, I mean, that's awesome. Really nice.
I wonder, is there any team working on making like the perfect marriage / combination merger, whatever, of Gentoo and NixOS? Like the perfect combination to where if you make an ISO of it, give it to a Gentoo user, they'd still be happy. 100% of the Gentoo users would still be happy, and give it to all the Nix users, and 100% of them would still be happy.
That will
is anybody working?
The reason
again?
That will never happen, only because the people who love Gentoo or who really love NixOS, if you give them something that's not that, they're not going to like it. I'm not saying they're going to hate it, but they're not going to like it. Wow, with me streaming, this game is actually really laggy.
I'm in the SysDeck.
But it's actually totally fine playing, so without streaming. I've got a lot of shit going on. And I think I've got everything bumped up to high. It's rough.
Was I lagging earlier when I was talking?
No. Let me bump it down to 10.
Because I didn't hear anything for a bit, and when you started talking, you were choppy, and it seemed like you came in mid-sentence.
This fucking guy, dude.
Hey Tyler.
Yeah.
I'm installing XFCE to see if that would solve it. So I feel like it's just a desktop environment issue, I think.
Might be.
So yeah, I mean, I ran into shit like this before with gaming and tiling window managers. Sometimes it's just...
Well, I mean, I haven't had an issue with GTA and BSPWM before, because I know I've played GTA on BSPWM on like Arch or something. So
okay. Well, I don't know. It's worth a shot, so it's gonna be done pretty soon anyway. So
it is definitely worth a shot.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing that.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. Like, it would be a damn shame to have spent all that time on Gentoo, and then like just need like Arch or something to play. But yeah,
I like how fast this son of a bitch goes. That's why I'm like trying to give it every.
Yeah, dude, Gentoo is. I mean, Gentoo's really nice. It is very nice, and it's weird because I went from talking shit about Debian and Gentoo and how they just don't like me, and how they like I just can't get them installed and they just won't play nice, to now I'm like both of them. I'm like, they're actually really nice. I like them. They like it's great. And then I wish this was working right, but
Yeah.
it might.
I mean, sorry, this is why I always get Garuda, because it's like you got Arch, but with Btrfs to stop that whole problem, like you were saying before, with Arch being a issue every once in a while. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, the weirdest thing is the best way to run Arch is with Btrfs, so you have snapshots to roll back. But then that requires people to learn how Btrfs works and how to properly do snapshots so that you can roll back. And I don't know, like, it's not a hard process, but I don't expect people to want to learn how to use snapshots. Like,
yeah, I mean, that's why I've done it in the past, where I just install Garuda Linux, whatever DE, and then I just install the one I want and wipe the one I used.
no.
You know, so.
Oh, and Root, Lubuntu is a great rock solid distro, and it's really good. Root, by the way, if you want to hop in Discord, you're more than welcome. Like, we're all just hanging out in general talk. Oh yeah, that's right. You don't use Discord or any of that shit. You're just on Jitsi.
Hey, guess what? I got it installed already. XFCE. Boom, boom.
Well, that was quick.
Yeah.
Let me just load up like something that I can like just play while we're talking, like just bullshit around.
Yeah.
Let me see something that I can just like. Yeah, I could play Ion Fury.
Hey, Tyler.
Yeah.
So, me trying to jump back into Gentoo as if I never left, I'm kind of discovering I might as well say I've forgotten like 99% of what I know on Gentoo. Do you think I would, the end results, be more happier relearning Gentoo, which would be easier because forgotten knowledge is easier to regain, versus learning NixOS from not knowing anything at all ever?
Yeah. That's a hard one to answer because NixOS is really simple. And if you've used Gentoo in the past, especially a lot, but it's just been a long time, they're very comparable in difficulty. Again, especially if you know Gentoo in the past, like they're very comparable because Nix is not hard to learn, but it is still going to be something new. And Gentoo, if you know it, it's not really that hard. You just have to follow along with the handbook. Root BSD is having pizza right in 15 minutes. I'm jealous.
Do you think viruses or malware designed for Linux would have a lot more difficult time doing what they're designed to do on NixOS because of the way it's set up?
No. Because if you really, in all honesty, malware on Linux is typically not something that you're just going to have infect you from some random place. It's going to be something that you install and you give permissions. That's typically how real how you think of malware will happen. It's either that or it's through a vulnerability in something that's mainly already distributed throughout everywhere in Linux. Log4j is a good example of that, but really, in all honesty, the best example of malware on Linux is just investigate the AUR for a while. You'll find a piece of malware on the AUR. You will. And but that's.
I'm wondering if I've installed any of that before.
Yeah.
Probably have.
Maybe, but probably.
Well, it's because I used one of those AUR aggregators called Yay,
Yeah.
I think that's what it's called. Honestly, that
Yay or
shit was
Haru.
great.
Yeah.
I used Yay, and honestly, that was the only thing. By the way, let me know if my voice is choppy. My audio interface can be kind of glitchy sometimes.
Nah,
but,
you sound great, man.
Okay, sick. So yeah, like honestly, that was like what made Arch manageable for me, was having one of those kind of like AUR aggregators, because without it just got tiring, like git cloning everything. I don't know, just personally, maybe I'm lazy as fuck. Sorry, I didn't mean to hop in and like take over the conversation, but kind of had a question. So today I tried my first OpenBSD install like ever. And I was following that guide because I have a ThinkPad T420. I was following that guide that you kind of brought up in your like top 5 things to do post installation. It's, I forget who uploaded it. It's like the coffee guy, but yeah. So I'd followed it, and then I rebooted my system multiple times, thinking that it was going to auto boot into CWM with like the config stuff that was set up, but it just wouldn't. It just kept on going to like well, so this is where I think I might have messed up. Was I did all that stuff on my user account on it, but when I would log into root, it would do what was in the config. When I logged onto my user account, it wouldn't, and I had made all of it persistent, like he said in the post. So I just don't know what caused that.
Yeah, you made everything persistent, but wait, so hold on. You logged into your user account and it wouldn't do anything in what config?
See, this is the thing, is because I was so new to OpenBSD, I'm not sure exactly what everything he was configuring in the like, you know, in like the tilde files, like the tilde config stuff, and like
hold on,
it was just stuff. Oh,
hold on, I'm gonna go to his web page, because I'm trying to think what configs you're talking about.
Okay, so go down quite a bit. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail your stream.
No, don't. No. That's the whole point of the stream. It's us chatting.
Okay, dope. It's okay. Yeah. So these, like the X resources one, I think I totally like fucked up on something. But it's weird because I was doing all this on my user account, right?
So you made these configuration files in your user account, right?
Yeah, I did. At least I believe so. Maybe okay, I'm like 80% sure. I was kind of rough on this install. Like I was
okay.
But like I'm if I did, hypothetically though, they should work perfectly upon like logging in on like XenoDM, right?
If you did, yes and no, because your X session file would be pulled from XenoDM, but your X resources won't be actually loaded unless you did copy his X session file exactly, because you actually do merge it in here.
Okay.
So as long as you copied in like most, if not all of his, I mean, at least this line in his X resource or X session file, it should be fine. It should be like resources should be loaded. But
okay, so I think maybe what I would have just fucked up on is maybe I did it as root. Like that's probably the only thing I can think of, is that maybe I was doing this as root.
Yeah, because if you did this as root, all of these
it's only gonna happen for root.
Exactly. Yeah, and XenoDM is actually not really like, you're not even meant to log, like you shouldn't be using XenoDM for root logins really at all. Like, you really shouldn't be logging in as root, like on your main system. Pretty much.
I'm trying to remember why I might have. That's why I don't think I did. That's why I'm like, yeah, I don't think I did. I think it was all under my user account. If I would have like do-ased, right?
Yeah.
Would everything? So, but
typically, if we're being completely honest, like this happens a lot. Is typically in an install, you don't want to log in as your root user but you realize that you need to log in as root so that you can set up do as for yourself, and so you log in as
just 1 second. Just 1 sec. I gotta just give me 1 sec. I'll be really quick.
You're good.
I just gotta like answer somebody.
That gives me time to catch up on chat. You need to write CWN.
So what?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just up on chat. Yeah, he's using XenoDM root. I'm pretty sure you've heard that, Brio. The Spawn Camp asked me, what do I think of Alpine Linux? I think it's Linux.
I'm back.
Really, it's just Linux for the M1. It's neat, but that's it.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back. So, no, you're good. So really, in all honesty, like what happens a lot, like with a lot of people, is you realize that you have to go into your root account so that you can set up do as, and then you forget to log back out and then log in as your user, and you just assume that you're in your user's account and continue on with setting up other stuff, and then that happens.
Yeah.
Like that happens a lot, and that's very
something that
could have happened.
Something I think I should have done is okay, so I actually just tried this. I think just based on where I'm at in my whole like journey with alternative operating systems and stuff, I should have installed XFCE from the beginning. It just would have helped, because like I'm not used to most window managers, and like especially with like a new file system with like BSD, like just a different file system. I should be like I wish I had a file manager to like browse, because it would have helped me with my understanding of this. But I did all right,
if you need a file manager, if you get to the point where you're logged in as your user, you set up do as so you can like do stuff as your user. Really, what I would recommend doing is just going ahead and setting up your Exonet art. Like instead of setting up XenoDM, like do the default and have it where XenoDM doesn't launch stuff by default. XenoDM is a really cool, very secure way of logging into your system that you can mess around with later. Since you have Xorg and everything already installed, the easiest way of getting into to OpenBSD and messing around with stuff is just using a .exonet RC file. Like just set up that.
So should I just like would I literally just from the terminal like vim, and then it's like, is it the tilde slash like
you don't actually if you are logged in as your user, you do not have to put in the tilde key. The tilde key for anybody who's listening to this like live or is listening to this afterwards, just so you know, the tilde key is just a mapping to /home/ whatever user you're using, or if you're logged in as root, since your root user is just root, like it just maps to / because it's your root directory.
Got it. Okay, that's some stuff that's like good for me to know. Yeah. Okay, so a question on that. So currently, because during the installation I said like yes to like having XenoDM be the default, like kind of like so where would I change? Is it in the Xinit RC is where I would change so that okay.
Well, so if you choose yes instead of the default in the install is no for have XenoDM launch. If you choose yes instead, when you boot up your so if you don't want to do a complete reinstall, the best way of going about it is to just go into your like when you log in and you see XenoDM pop up. The easiest way of going about doing this, if you're not already set up, like again, like assuming your OpenBSD system is like having issues like you're saying it is, just reinstall, just reinstall it, do the default, because that makes it to where you don't really have to do any complicated shit, because let's be honest, the install for OpenBSD is retardedly simple. I mean, it is super half if not 90% of it is just pressing enter. Like half is that
the only thing the only thing I'm not wanting to do is re-go through this, like the coffee guide, just because it's like it's a lot to like type by hand.
Yes, and here's what I will recommend. I don't know if you know this or not, but on my GitLab, if you go to my GitLab and go to like my main page, just in case you're more used to GitHub, because this confuses a lot of people, so I'll explain it. GitLab and GitHub are a little different. When you go to GitHub and you go to someone's page, like they have just repositories there. On GitLab, it's called personal projects instead.
Okay. I've used GitLab a little bit.
Yeah. So if you go to my personal projects, I have a repository called OpenBSD guides, and my OpenBSD guides in here, I have one it's a post install guide for OpenBSD.
Oh, great! This will be better. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really great because I do also explain. I have a prelude section that talks about. It's a very relevant thing, which is instead of doing the automatic partitioning, editing the automatic partition scheme, because by default the OpenBSD like auto partitioner will not use anything over 356 gigabytes. So if you have a bigger drive than that, it's really important to edit it and enlarge your home directory. And also the way OpenBSD works, it splits up a whole bunch of different directories. So you have essentially your user local is where pretty much every single binary is going to be installed to. And by default, it typically partitions it to, as long as you have enough space, 20 gigabytes. And for me, 20 gigabytes of binaries, like if I install quite a bit of shit, like I'm already at like 40% capacity. So like I enlarge in that. And so I go through.
Yeah, that's what I would need to do. It's actually going to be on a pretty small drive. It's kind of funny. I have to like physically swap out my SSDs in my like T420, my ThinkPad, because I have one that's got Arch, and then I set up this other one. It's actually super small. It's like 128 gigs. I just was doing it because I'm like, I need to test out OpenBSD. I've wanted to for so long.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like, especially for OpenBSD, I will go and say it's not like you need over 356 gigs.
I'll change the binaries though. That's actually an important one because I'll probably end up installing that much shit over time. Exactly,
and that's one of the reasons why I have it as a prelude into my the install guide for OpenBSD, because I also cover how to print out in gigabytes, because like by default the auto partitioner outputs in bytes, and like it's so many people don't know how to print, like just don't read the help or anything like that, so I cover that.
The -H, dude.
Well, it's actually not -H. I believe you actually have to type out help.
Oh, it's BSD. It's completely different than what I know.
Yeah, and so a lot of people don't know how to do it and are just confused and don't know like what size everything is. So I cover that, and then the only thing that I
may restart my install, but like I may restart my install by following your guide if like you think it's pretty solid for getting fully set up.
Yeah, just look over my guide, and then also know that my guide is not meant it's not updated, so some things about it are not accurate, like, but it's not like they'll break anything or anything. They just, like, you'll know they're not relevant. Like one thing about it is like I talk about installing DWM and ST. I don't use DWM or ST, and those configs are no longer in my dot files. So like that whole section, just like, even if you it would be immediately apparent that that's not going to work, because well, it doesn't, it just doesn't exist. And yeah, like I don't use DWM or ST, so that part's not accurate, but I believe that's the only part of this guide that's not relevant anymore. But I will say this guide, I talk about it in the beginning, but it's based off of the assumption that you're someone new looking to get into OpenBSD and you want to copy my exact system to OpenBSD. And
okay, that's actually a good way to do it, because I think that'll be a good, like, better introduction. The coffee guide's good. It just, he's very like, I'll get you set up with CWM, and I'm like, because the thing is, I'm still like fairly like, I've messed around over the past like 2 years with like various Linux distros and stuff, but like I'm still like kind of like rusty on Vim keybinds and like just like shit like that, where it's like I don't know my way around all this stuff like perfectly, like even the file systems I'm not like fully used to. So it'll be good to have like something that's, I don't know, like that.
And I also will say, if you go through my guide and you hit a point where you're like, it's not working, or I don't know what's going on here, like you can always you can always reach out. Like unless I'm sleeping or we have like friends over, like I'll be online. And also like if you're willing to wait a couple hours, I typically will get back to you within a couple hours.
Where's the best way to hit you up?
Zaney.
Discord right here. Yeah. What's up, Josh?
How can I get OpenBSD to boot on my laptop?
Well, that's your own personal problem, man. Like, yeah, it just will never work on your laptop, okay? Unless you do the C.
But you just said that you would help me. You said you just said you would help.
I will help you.
I want this thing to work so bad.
I just said if you're willing to use CBIOS, we'll get it working. But I know.
What's your laptop?
He oh my god. Okay, let's get into this. Josh, because he's gonna kick up a shitstorm here. Josh has a fucking System 76 laptop. They use Core Boot for their bootloader.
Yeah, and I've got a LibreBoot X60, so I'm kind of used to that bullshit.
Well, no, see,
Core Boot is not the bootloader; it's the BIOS.
Yeah. Well, like LibreBoot is too. It's BIOS.
But it uses Linux as the bootloader. Like,
it has forced grub, right?
No, actually, you can use any bootloader.
Yeah, you can use any bootloader, but it's hard dependent on, like, it uses aspects of the Linux kernel to boot. So you actually have to install something like CBIOS to essentially be the in-between to get something other than Linux to boot on it.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I was thinking about doing Core Boot on my T420, but then I heard about that because I was like, oh, I want to try OpenBSD on it, and that was some dumb shit I did back when I was like 18. I'm like 22 now. I was just getting into this stuff, and I like wanted to go deep, so I have like a ThinkPad X60 that I like Libre booted and everything, and then I was like, oh man, I can't wait to try out BSD on this, and like obviously you can't. Yeah. I just was like, oh dude, I don't want Intel Management Engine, like let's go deep into this. And then I was like, oh, can't wait to try out BSD, and then I couldn't. So I've got a T420 now that's like just default BIOS.
Yeah. Root said in chat, he was like, email me, we need to do a stream on my channel again, tech oriented, not ancient megaliths. I'm down. Root, I will send you that email. We'll get together and we'll do it, because I also need to send out emails again and start messaging people to get back into the Unix crew, but I start doing that podcast again. But I've been just lazy. Really, in all honesty, before getting sick, I was just lazy and just putting it off. So, is what it is.
Well, like somebody told me that somebody installed Gentoo.
Oh, wait,
after somebody also installed Gentoo, and then somebody else decided that they would tell me that they installed Gentoo, and then then I heard from like some guy on the polar opposite of the wonderful state of Ohio that somebody else installed Gentoo, and then somebody over there told me that you installed Gentoo, so that's why I'm here.
Yep, I did install Gentoo.
Josh. Is it Josh or Scott? How's your NixOS install going?
It is still working, and there is still one tool that I cannot get working, and that one tool is effectively like crushing my soul with NixOS. As much as I want to love it, I can't get this one thing working.
What's the one thing?
It is the one tool that I desire to have working the most, because I use it for drawing my maps for my Dungeons and Dragons campaign.
Oh yeah, you've shown me this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I will say, this much. Just find another tool, man. Come on, there's plenty of drawing applications.
You know, I used to draw this shit. I used to draw these maps.
Shit is different.
Yeah, I used to draw these maps with GIMP, and I don't want to do that again because that was a nightmare.
Yeah, it's like I make music, and I have since I was like a lot younger, and like I still have to have a Windows machine because like
I was actually going to ask, what are you doing using Linux if you want to make music?
It's I've got multiple machines because I hate Windows, like, but well, it's like I'm one of those people where I'm kind of like right tool, like obviously I can get really idealistic and be like, oh fuck all proprietary software, but like I really enjoy using like FL Studio for like making music, and like I tried using Wine for it, but it doesn't work with external plugins. And so I've got my main desktop, which has Windows and like an audio interface, and my studio monitor setup. It's a dual monitor setup too. But then I've got a T420 and then a different desktop that the desktop has Fedora, and then my T420's got Arch, but I just put in a different SSD for OpenBSD.
Look, you brought up something that's pretty important. I think we are all extremely idealistic until bills come. As soon as the bills hit, you're like, idealistically, I don't know, I oppose this bill, but I kind of gotta pay it. So, paying it requires I use proprietary software. Yeah, you know what? I use proprietary software and it pays the bills.
For me, I've just gotta I've gotta live my life, and there's a lot of cool programs that are proprietary, and it's just how it is. I honestly don't even if a company wants software and make money on it, it's just a different crowd, it's a different type of thing, but I don't think there's anything morally wrong with it. It's I get the idea though, auditable code is great, but it's just
I'm the same that you are. There's a lot of people that are radically idealistic about open source and everything should be open source, but I understand if you're Unreal and you're doing stuff that is literally pushing an industry forward, if you're doing stuff that you are really proud of what you're doing and you want to protect it, I understand proprietary. And I also understand that with proprietary comes applications that are allowed to get away with doing bad shit. And I don't I don't like it, but at the same time, I understand it. I'm not opposed to it. I think in some cases proprietary makes sense. I think most things that are proprietary probably shouldn't be proprietary. A good example would be Discord. Discord being proprietary.
No, Discord's fucked.
Yeah,
I mean, I know we're all in it right now, but yeah.
Well, and see, that's the thing. That's the reason it's fucked, is because we pretty much have to.
We're reliant.
Yeah, I mean,
there's nothing
standard.
Yeah.
Well, I was curious because, people probably wouldn't end up using it, but I really want to try using IRC. As I said, I'm very with this stuff, I've always had it as a hobby, but I've never had friends in it, so I always slowly learn things over time. Slowly learn a little bit of Vim, and I want to try out IRC, but I didn't know if you had one.
I'm going to go ahead and be honest with you. So I've made my own Unix 2 IRC on LibreChat. I haven't logged into it in I don't even know how long. It's probably been close to a month now that I haven't logged into it. And I'm the one who made it. I gave it around to many different YouTubers. I believe Derek from DistroTube is still in it. I know Josh is in it. There's plenty of people who are in that IRC, and I barely ever go into it. And the main reason is because it's not as coherent as Discord. I have Discord on my phone and on my computer. On either place, I get notifications if I get a message or anything. There's constantly people on it, and while people on my IRC, it's just not the same. It's not always so active. At least on my Discord, genuinely, if you're in my Discord,
Can I completely ruin your hopes and dreams and tell you what Discord's actually using for the text-based backend?
Well, I mean, it's using IRC, I know,
Yeah.
but it's not the same as
Yes.
just IRC.
Yeah, they got a bunch of file system automation shit that's like different.
Well,
and all
not,
that. Like,
not
you
even
know,
that. As a user experience, it's completely different than
Yeah, definitely.
like
Um,
on IRC. If I disconnect or leave, then I don't get those messages. Yes, I can have I can set up an application to essentially have a fake me that's always there, and that will.
yeah, I've heard about. Yeah, it's a pain. I was kind of looking into that today.
Exactly.
I actually
and that's
for my
something that people
music, I
don't
got people to go
understand.
to Matrix. Oh, sorry, go on.
Well,
you're
the
good.
client that you use, the WeChat, that has a server client model for it. So what you could do is you could set up like a central WeChat instance and just have that connected all the time, and then you just
But that's the
use
problem.
a WeChat client.
I'll go ahead.
Which
I'll go ahead and stop you there. That's the problem that I was just about to get into. It requires me to do a process to get it set up. With Discord, literally it took me less than 30 seconds to get my server made. And
it's funny. You're like, it requires a process, and yet you just installed Gentoo and shit.
So
Yeah, that is
look,
kind of
I'm not saying from my, because look, we all know that I'm the guy who would do that shit. I would set it up.
No, I'm not saying. I get it though. It's for everybody's convenience and accessibility, and you can do voice chat on here. So I was gonna say, I got kind of lucky, and so for my music, I had I still have a fucking Instagram because I have to for fucking my music side of shit. So but I made a matrix, I made a matrix server using Element. And that was actually cool that people joined, but fuck, it's janky. Goddamn, people messages will randomly stop encrypting, and then they'll get booted, and then it's.
You brought up Element. We got to talk about this for a second because they recently got rid of their dialer. Which, if you ever used Element in the past, they had a fucking dialer, which was the most confusing shit in the world. They had a dialer like a phone, and
oh, that's weird. Huh.
Here's the wildest shit. Me and Matt were dumbfounded when we first found this out. When we both checked out Element together to see if we could replace Discord as our podcast medium with Element, and it was instantly that was the thing that stood out to us because they had a fucking dialer, but there's no it only has numbers on it, and there's no just number phone number or something to call a user with, so you can't use it for that. We didn't try it, but I'm going to assume that you can't make a 911 phone call from it or something like that, for emergency.
They got rid of that. They got rid of the dialer, I'm pretty sure. They do have a calling system. The weird thing for me is just okay, you were talking about mobile and PC cohesivity, cohesiveness. Holy fuck, I'm retarded. Huh? Wait, what?
No, I'm just kidding. Just give me shit. All right.
No. Yeah. Okay. So Element on mobile just sucks. It just is it's annoying. It's always having problems. So yeah.
I didn't even know it had a mobile.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Because I was trying to get some people to go to it.
on Android.
I used BSD for a while back in the day. It was free BSD. And I don't remember what piece of software it was, but on Linux, once in a while, it would crash. And I heard BSD was more stable. And I had that same piece of software crash on BSD, but when it crashes on Linux, my whole operating system would freeze. Mouse, keyboard, everything. But on BSD, when it crashed, it was just that application. I could still interact with everything else.
Okay.
That sounds very much like a program problem, because OpenBSD does a lot of checks for memory overflow and stuff. So when a program starts misbehaving and just spazzing out. Like OpenBSD will actually contain that program and like allow the system to keep functioning, where on Linux, like for performance reasons, it's a lot more looser. And so like a program that's running amok can just like completely crash a system when it crashes. So yeah, that sounds more like that application had some pretty massive issues.
What do you use nowadays?
I barely use my computer. It's only because I'm a trucker and I really don't have a lot of spare time to myself.
Sounds like the perfect person to be using Gentoo.
No, no. You have very little free time. No.
Oh my god, bro.
I don't know, man.
Well, there is that advantage. I barely use the computer, so I'm not. I would never worry about being upset with compile times. Let it take a week. Meh, I don't care.
My main issue is that like I'm a fucking Zoomer who like gets like phone addicted. So like for me, I have to have somewhat of a convenience of shit working on a system. Not I don't mean like, well, it's just so that I can be deliberate about using my computer as opposed to like everything on my phone, you know?
Well,
and so that's why I'm like,
a lot of people
Fedora.
don't set up Gentoo properly to compile so they can keep using their computer. If you use Gentoo properly, in your make ops you set or in your make.conf you set your make ops, which is a flag for how many threads or cores it should use. And if you choose essentially if you give it a value that's like 2 cores or 2 threads or 4 threads, like whatever, below what your maximum is, you can compile while still doing stuff. And then like if you need to for some reason, so you can still keep watching videos, talk on Discord, do all that shit. While
also super nerdy. You can get super nerdy with adjusting your portage niceness value. If you really want.
The portage thing.
No, that's
just set your portage niceness and just give portage a lower priority than everything else on the system. And now your computer is completely usable while you're using every single thread possible for portage.
Yeah. But I will say that's a more in, that's like if you need to do it. But really, in all honesty, like as long as you have a modern CPU with 4+ cores, you're good. Like just give it 2 cores less or 2 threads less than you got, you'll be good. Like I'm running on J12 and I could give it J14 and still have 2 extra threads for everything else. But
yo, back to real quick my like OpenBSD tech support that you're giving me, that guide that you had written, so it's just on your GitLab in your personal, what was it? So wait, what's your GitLab called?
Go to gitlab.com/Zaney. And then once you're there,
it's in personal projects. Okay, OpenBSD guides. All right, sick. So yeah, I'll follow that, and then like, should I just at you in general talk in here if I like have a question?
No, just personal message me. It's all good.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, sounds good.
Just add him in general talk. Then let's all discuss about why you should use Gentoo and not OpenBSD.
Yeah, and then you can lecture me on Gentoo.
Yeah.
Gentoo is better, but you know.
I mean, I will say the best thing to do.
The thing is, I'm not even going to lecture you on Gentoo. I'm just going to tell you, just use a real man's distro. Just install NixOS.
You just said you're having an issue with NixOS that's making it a pain in the ass.
Also, okay, here's the thing.
It's literally just one tool, just one.
I'm gonna gravitate toward I'm gonna bounce between a lot of things, kind of like what Zaney's done, where it's like when I first got into Linux, fucking around with on a Libre rooted like machine, and now I'm using Fedora. I've gone between so much different stuff, and right now I don't need minimal.
Here's the thing with NixOS. What you do is you just put your entire NixOS configuration in a Git repository, and then you can just go back to it anytime. It only takes like 15 minutes.
That is something cool about it. Like that's what's appealing. It's just right now I want to fuck with BSD just to kind of like, just to like get it out of my system, and maybe I'll really like it. But I actually need to nuke my Arch install today, even though I love it. It's perfect. I just want to hop to something else. Like I want to go to like Fedora on like my T420 or something.
Hey, look up how to make a stage 4 on Gentoo backup, and you could do the same thing with your Arch setup. Do a stage 4 on your Arch.
Stage 4 backup?
Honestly, just read Arco Linux's website and take the time to actually understand what they're telling you, and they tell you how you can just turn your entire Arch system into an operating system that you can download and install using an ISO.
That's sick. That's actually great.
But
do you know about Easy to Boot?
What was that?
Do you know about Easy, the number 2, and the word boot? I forget. I think it might be easytoboot.com, or just Google easy to boot with no space, the digit number 2, not the word. And
Didn't
once
that
you set
project
that
like
up,
die off?
No.
No? Oh, okay.
It
I mean,
allows
you could also just use a tool called DD. It's available on every single system that uses some form of a core utility.
Well,
and you can use that to literally clone your drives.
Easy to boot.
Let's just do this. Let's just do this the next weird way.
You could just use the CP command probably too, but we're not going to do that.
Yes.
But don't honestly have multiple ISOs to get a boot.
I don't even think I need to clone it.
Oh, okay.
Did you know that there is? Did you know that there is actually no verbose tag for the CP command?
For the CP command? Why would you want a verbose output?
Because when you're managing an actual AT&T Unix system, that's actually
that's okay. Let's not talk about that. That's just crazy.
Okay.
Well, I mean, like, no. Even if you're managing some system, why would you care?
Because these are 30-year-old hard drives copying to a modern system, and you know that because the system is so slow, it's going to take 3.5 hours to copy a single directory to the modern drive.
Okay.
And you would like to check the status because this Unix system likes to freeze.
Well, wait, hold on. That makes no sense. Like,
just make a script to do clear the screen and refresh with ls every once in a while, every few seconds.
Yeah, you see, on Unix, ls does not exist.
Well, that's but you still have an equivalent.
Nope. You have no way of actually listing files in a directory.
What?
You just have to know that they're there.
Hold on. This thing is running such an old version of Unix, you don't have a way of listing files in a directory?
Yep.
That's nuts.
Bro,
that's
I'm telling you, if you hold any integrity as a human, you must get this company away from this device.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. That is what I am doing right now.
Yeah,
now, literally.
Good.
I'm moving these guys to. Yeah. The only problem is
you're moving them to Gentoo. You should.
No, actually, this is a bank that I'm doing this with this server right now. And as a bank, they have to follow the FDIC insurance, which means that software that they use has to be approved.
This makes me even more bullish on crypto. If banks are using
you want some bullshit. If you guys want some bullshit, the only Linux distribution that is approved by the FDIC insurance is Red Hat 4. Red Hat 4.
Damn, that's so old.
I ran that in college, dude.
Yo, what's your guys' thoughts on Red Hat? Because I want to work in that stuff. Like I want to do the blue team cybersecurity shit. Like get my CCNA and kind of go down that route. What you got thoughts on it?
Oh no, I'm kind of in that mode, and CCNA, I would have never even touched that if you're doing security.
Okay,
all you have to do is just know enough networking. Like I would suggest do your Linux Plus first.
Okay, yeah.
Base, because that'll teach you some networking in Linux and all that stuff. Okay. And then work yourself up from there, like Security Plus, or then you can move on to something else.
That's actually my exact plan, because so I'm moving to Texas in the fall, and then after that I'm gonna be fully on my own. Right now I live at home with my parents, and I'm gonna need some shit to be busy with, and then I'm gonna need to make money and pay my rent and everything. But what I want to keep busy with is I'm gonna first start with, I'm gonna skip ITF plus and A plus. I don't need that shit. I want to do Linux and Security Plus, and then I'll start to prep for my CCNA. So it's actually what you just said is exactly what I want to do. But I'm also really young. I just turned 22, so it's I recognize that I've got some time to kind of figure it out. But I just want to get going on it, man. I'm hyped about it. This will be some fun shit.
Oh my gosh. I got GTA working. Wait a minute. No, it just...
What you do to get it working?
So, what are Fedora 4's backdoors?
I said it way too early. It ran that first thing really well, and then it just it's running, but I'm not gonna show you. Oh man.
Anybody got any post-install tips for I'm just gonna do a new Fedora install. I mean, I don't know. It's pretty bare, it's pretty basic distro. I don't know if
is this Fedora proper or Fedora Silverblue?
Just proper, just regular Fedora.
Okay.
I'm just installing on my T420.
Set up RPM Fusion with all the commands from their configuration page.
I'm gonna write this down actually, because I remember somebody saying that. So.
Yeah.
And then I'm doing this on the T420, so the thing.
And then set up and enable flat hub.
Oh yeah, for sure, because they don't do that.
Okay, all right, I wrote that down. Next.
And then after that, learn how DNF actually works.
Machine.
And then you're good.
I think I'm just gonna force myself to stick with its default GNOME for a week, just to. I've never used GNOME for more than to get a new desktop environment.
It's fine, dude. Honestly.
Yeah, no, I don't get all the GNOME hate. I don't think it. I don't know. People get really idealistic. I think it's fine. I've just always thought it's a little ugly, which is funny because it's most it's the prettiest or whatever to a lot of people. It's most robust, but I've always just kind of disliked the look and feel. It feels very tablet-y. I also don't really like
until you spend 6.5 years using it.
Do you like it? GNOME?
I actually have always since GNOME 3. What happened is that for the longest time I used Ubuntu until they switched to GNOME. I really did not like their GNOME implementation, so I moved to Debian Stable, and I used Debian Stable's GNOME, which I very quickly fell in love with, and I literally just used bone stock GNOME using the stock theme, stock icon, stock everything. The only GNOME extension I really use is GS Connect, and that's it.
Yeah,
I am perfectly fine with it.
Yeah, I think I just need to give it a shot because, you know, like, as I said, I'm kind of just on this journey with all this stuff. I just like enjoy learning, but I do it at a pretty slow rate because I do a lot of other things, and then I'll be on my Windows machine for a bit doing stuff, and I'm like, fuck, I want to get back on like my Linux stuff. I'm always having to hop, like, you know, I'll get busy. But I just feel like I should like go through the process of it, especially because I kind of want to work in this stuff. What is the interface, like the GUI that like Red Hat, like that I'd be dealing with that?
No,
because I know you fucked with Red Hat a bit. I actually was watching your YouTube for a bit. I was
the only desktop environment that Red Hat officially supports is GNOME.
Because don't they contribute to like? Don't they contribute to GNOME? Or no, is that wonderful?
No, it's Red Hat.
Okay,
Red Hat is a primary contributor to GNOME.
Interesting.
In fact, I think they directly employ like half of those development team. And then
yeah,
so it's probably good to get used to. It's probably good for me to get used to GNOME just for that.
Yep. And on Red Hat, you realistically out of the standard repository for Red Hat, you have two options for a GUI. You have GNOME and you have OpenBox. You have nothing else.
And GNOME's gonna be the better between the two, in your opinion?
I'm not gonna say that GNOME is better, but it's the one that they officially support. The only reason they package OpenBox is if you absolutely need a bare minimal GUI on a running system.
Yeah.
I
pretty good.
I wish that I could get comfortable with like terminal file management. It's something that like I'm still really like not used to copying a file location and then like pasting in a new command, like all within terminal. Like it's stupid, right? But like I just like for some reason like browsing. Yeah, I know. I need to. I just need. I should just write down all the commands like on a piece of paper and just tape it to my laptop.
Well, you gotta think about it simple. Like if you want to copy a file, CP. You want to move a file, move. You want to rename a file, there actually is a command called rename, and it's a privilege that
so like
call.
When like I know that you can so like let's say because I know like CP but like let's say that the file name itself is like really long and I like how do I
tab
list
completion?
Okay, yeah, I've used tab complete. Tab and then you like the arrows, right? Or no, you just tab through them.
Yeah, you just tab and it'll auto-complete.
Okay, yeah, you know what? I'll be able to get comfy. I actually know it enough. Like I know enough how to do it. So
And that said, if you're gonna learn a Linux terminal, just use Bash as your shell. And
I'm not gonna get into
learn using terminal through Bash because you will learn all the other shells. You will learn basic terminal navigation in Bash, and that is applied across the shells, even Windows PowerShell.
Yeah, because they copy it with aliases. So.
Okay.
Don't forget
that's
if
good
you want to
advice.
move a file. If you want to move a file to its parent folder for the destination, you can do ..
Yeah, dot slash and so on.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
So basically, the way that pathing works in Linux is any period before slash will always represent the current directory. So when say like you look at like GitHub installation scripts, they tell you to .. and then like some script file. What you're effectively telling the terminal is for right here, I want you to run this file. So when you .. you're saying here this, and so like / install.sh, and the script just copies a binary to like somewhere in /bin, like some old crotchety bastard would. And that's all that stands for. But if you want to reference a directory above, it's just ..
Yeah, Because you do CD ... to go up a directory.
I've never tried this. Does that mean dot slash would work?
Well, that doesn't work on Linux specifically, but it does on Unix.
All right, I'm going to deafen myself and everything in Discord real quick. Do root? Yes, Ruby and Perl. Nice. So cool. Yeah, I know, dude. Ion Fury, I highly recommend you check it out on Steam. It's such a great game. It's fantastic. GNOME is great if Cosmic. No. I'm not a massive fan of Pop OS. Not a massive fan. I still like it. Still does a lot of stuff great, but I'm not a massive fan of it. KDE is right garbage compared to GNOME, yes. Except for KDE understands how to fucking split up an ultra-wide, where GNOME is just like, full screen it, bro. That's all I know how to do, which is really upsetting. If you don't know, I have hold on, let me drag Discord over here on my screen, because I don't have a scene set up, but I think I could add it in here. Hold on, let me just add it in. Not screen capture. Let's add in a video capture device. Let's call this Logitech C922. Here we go. Let's do 1920 by 1080, 30. Okay. So yeah, here we go. So you can see I've got my ultrawide here. Like, it doesn't work on GNOME. Like, if I take a window over here, like, I can't make it take up half the screen and the bottom half. It's just full screen. That's all I know how to do. It's just full screen. So I have to use like BSPWM and shit. Like, awesome. Good job. Great job. Let's see if I can make this visible now. Can I do that? That'd be great if I could. Let me see. There we go. Drag this back over.
So basically, like your Linux Fest Talks, and Benno Rice gives this example about writing a driver for a tool, and he compares how that same driver is written. I think it's just like reading a standard USB drive, but he talks about how the uniqueness of like how Linux treats everything as a file compared to Windows and even Mac OS, and just to get a simple identification that this is a USB mass storage drive, like, we're not even mounting it, we're just identifying it, is so much more complicated
for
Unix, because everything is a file. Yes.
Oh no, for Linux for
Linux.
Okay, yeah. But you're a fan of Linux, though. Like, are you just kind of implying that that's like it's less efficient, but that you still?
I'm not going to say that I'm a fan of Linux. I am a fan of the tool that works best for me, which has always been Linux, because I am one of those few people that I have never actually owned a Windows or Apple computer.
Yeah, we talked about. I've only been in here twice, and you told me that.
Yep, I started with Linux. I didn't start with anything else.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Because like obviously, like, that's not...
Most people don't start with Linux.
No.
Zaney, what's your thoughts on, like, you know, because I mean you've used OpenBSD a lot, the kind of like significance of like the Unix philosophy and stuff?
Well, I mean, really, when it comes to OpenBSD, like, it's not really about Unix philosophy at all. It's more about like OpenBSD is a remarkably simple operating system to fully understand, and it is so incredibly well documented. It's genuinely insane. it's amazing how well documented OpenBSD is.
And you can set flags for applications like you can on Gentoo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can do a lot with OpenBSD. A lot.
It's funny that actually sparked another question because I told you I was trying to use XFCE, and I had it installed. Like I installed it like pkg_ add XFCE, and it installed all the like utilities and everything. And then I went to what's it on? It's on the like default ass window manager, like FVWM or whatever. There's down in the corner like the way to kind of restart into like different like window managers and stuff. I couldn't find XFCE, and I was like, fuck, how do I boot into it? I don't know. I know it was just a newbie issue, but I couldn't figure it out.
Wait, how to boot into XFCE on OpenBSD?
Yeah, like I know it's like such a stupid thing, but I'm just used to like a login manager.
Not really, because I'll be honest, I have no idea how to do that either.
Okay, I gotcha.
But that's mainly because I've never really been an XFCE user, so I have no idea how you accomplish.
Well, what about just like, did you ever use it
INIT and then give it the full path?
So, if you're going to use something like Exonet to start up XFCE, which I think Xeno DM actually does use like an Exonet file.
It doesn't. It uses X session.
Yeah. Yeah. So what you would do is, if you're going to start XFCE through the .exonet RC file, so you would just start with like a startx command or something like that. I honestly think that it's like a start XF session is the command. Not 100% certain on that. Like I'd have to double check, but like the Arch Linux wiki actually does tell you how to start an XFCE like that.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it was just a dumb question, I felt like, but like, because I'm used to in Linux, you know, a lot of not every, like, I mean, I've used Arch, but like a lot like a login manager.
Here's the thing about learning Linux. There is actually no such thing as a stupid question.
Well, a lot of people treat you like you're dumb as fuck because they're, you know, there's the whole 4chan influence.
Yeah, that's gonna happen, but when all you have to do is just like Google like how to start XFCE Arch Linux, and generally like it's going to tell you how, or like I don't know, like if the Google search will tell you how to do it with like OpenBSD, because
that was the issue. I couldn't find it in BSD.
But it's probably not all that different from how FreeBSD does it.
Yeah, I get you.
Because the big thing about BSD operating systems is that they focus on POSIX compliance, where they can at least. And you know, starting the graphical GUI X session, Xorg is 100% POSIX compliant. So it should work the same on every operating system that Xorg is available on. And XFCE is a huge proponent of POSIX compliance as well, so it should work across the board just like Xorg does.
Yeah, I'll just give it a shot later. I wasn't being like lazy on the OpenBSD install. I just was having some issues, as I said earlier. So like, I'm gonna do a fresh install and follow Zaney's guide, and figure it out from there. But
I mean, you can also just join the OpenBSD IRC channel.
Oh yeah, okay. Where is that? I mean, as I said, I'm like brand new to IRC, but I was trying to find that.
I think it's on OFNet. I'm not. Oh, is it on Lip?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it probably is.
Wait, sorry, where's it at?
Libra chat.
So you'll just need to find you an IRC client that you want to use.
Yeah, like WeChat or something.
Yeah.
You can use Hex chat too.
Yeah, Hex is gonna be good to start with, I think.
Of the GUI IRC clients, text chat is like the simplest and best to use.
Okay,
yeah,
so
that's the only reason why I said it.
Yeah, I'll do that, thanks. Because a lot of people, again, like a lot of people are like, oh, you don't want to use a terminal application, like you fucking suck. And I'm like, I gotta learn one thing at a time.
Yeah.
I think you're just projecting, dude. Like, we're not assholes, okay? So
No, everybody in here's been chill. That's why I like this.
Yeah.
I'm glad I joined the chat.
yeah.
Hey, do you know?
Really, in all honesty,
you know
like,
about-
most of the assholes are just people on forums that like have no name, no face, and you'll never interact with like on a real basis.
Yeah,
exactly.
And they get off on talking shit.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
Oh,
I did
yes,
meet Oh, sorry. Go on. Cyvem.
Do you know about?
I recently got banned from your YouTube channel and Discord.
Well,
Do you know
I'm
about
sure you got banned from
XDCC or IRC?
On
XEEC? Is that it's an IRC client?
It's
Zaney,
an
I am in fact banned. Like, this guy just straight up banned me.
Oh, nice.
I am banned from the Real Geeks everything. Because I told him that I Googled it, and I proved him wrong by Googling it, and that if he's going to tell me that he's right, he should also Google it.
Yeah.
Cyvem.
You know,
Calling people out
apparently,
definitely leads to you being banned.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm not going to apologize about it because, you know, I proved him wrong. I proved him wrong.
And that's all.
I even sent him the link to the Google search result that other people clicked and said that, yeah, this guy's right.
XDCC is like an extension for the IRC protocol. You can use it to download stuff from people. And there's rooms that specialize for that. Like you'll see bots listing out movies and software.
Oh yeah, like if you're like into anime piracy, IRC is the way to fucking go.
Anime
Dude.
piracy.
Anime
I
piracy.
love anime and piracy.
I love anime and piracy.
XDCC.
That's the best statement ever.
I like pirate anime.
Like,
No.
I'm like a real fan of anime, but I'm even more of a fan of like, you know, piracy.
Yeah,
That's my shit.
Gang, gang. Anyway.
Yes. Dude, I'm just playing Vampire Survivors and I'm just whooping ass.
Oh, that's good stuff, dude.
It's fantastic, man.
Somebody from your Discord just recommended me Ranger, and I've used it in the past. What's your guys' thoughts on that? Like, I used it a while ago.
It's fine.
Nah.
That's a file manager, right?
Yeah, it's a terminal file manager.
It's a fine file manager. There's nothing wrong with it. It's really just personal preference, like whether or not you like it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't like it,
Then don't use it. Big deal.
then you just don't use it. Like, but really, in all honesty, there's so many different available file managers that it really shouldn't even be a problem. Like,
Yeah.
if you load it up and you find it hard to use, or you don't like really understand how to find out like all of the key bindings and everything, which I mean it tells you how to find them, but like just in case you don't really know how to find them and everything, like, you know, if you want to use something else, use something else. Like, make it simple on yourself.
Yeah, Ranger was cool because it had Vim key bindings from what I recall, and obviously it's like terminal pretty minimal, but I ended up just like reinstalling Thunar because it was like, I forget what it was. I was just like trying to mount like a USB drive like easy, like I don't know, I forget, it was just like some dumb like convenience shit where I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna install Thunar again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've actually went from using FFF and Ranger back to just using PCMan FM. Just because.
I like Ranger if there's a lot of files that I just need to know like which one it is that I'm looking for, because it gives you that preview. That's about the only thing I really use it for. You know?
Spawn Camp, thank you for the $2, man. He said, if you had kids, would you start them on Linux? Probably. Can't guarantee, but probably.
Well, I would. I'd preach the good gospel Linux.
The main reason why I would start the kids on Linux is because then I actually know how to fix their shit.
No, see, it's not even that for me. It's I'm not fucking buying. I'm too much of a cheap ass. I'm not buying your shit.
Exactly.
Like, you get free open source. Let's go, boys.
I think that I'd want to just give them a computer that would like I would just want to have artistic programs installed, and then just like Minecraft, and have it be off the internet. And that's it. They can mess with
So I've been playing around with NixOS lately, and that's exactly what
that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Wait, what is it?
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, NixOS.
Yeah, it's made for like kids in Africa who don't have great internet connection, but actually it has like a whole bunch of videos and like everything, like programming.
It has recipes that tell you how to cook from like scratch and everything. It has how to program stuff. Like you can learn like web development and even C programming with it. It has the entirety of Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
In it as well.
Yeah.
Like offline, like just downloaded.
No, it's all offline.
That's
it's all
cool.
offline.
That's actually really interesting. Yeah.
Now,
it's
the
huge.
big problem that I have. Yeah, the ISO is fucking massive.
Yeah, I would assume. How big is it?
It's like 16 gigs.
Oh wow, that's big.
Massive comparative,
That's cool though. Actually, I didn't know about this. That's actually kind of something I like.
And
keep in mind.
It also does not ship with a terminal application, and it will not let you install one. Good luck.
It's interesting because you guys might be familiar with him. I forget his name, but he's got a blog. He goes by like JCS, and he's got some BSD related stuff, and also he writes programs for like original Macs. He's pretty interesting. But yeah, he just was talking about how, you know, he likes having offline computers, that he finds it to be a good creative environment. I mean, he's a programmer. He's contributed a lot to OpenBSD from what I know. But it just kind of gave me that idea of like, it'd be cool to have an offline computer for a kid that's got like just creative, like music software, like whatever, like image editing and like art stuff like that, and then just like a few games that are like not mental health like fuck for you. So yeah.
Hey, something I've heard, if you're going to learn a programming language, like if you've never done anything at all with any programming language, if you start with Haskell, it will actually be easier to learn versus already knowing a programming language. The way of thinking from your previous experience will slow you down learning Haskell. And if you learn Haskell first, it will teach you certain principles that will make you a better programmer for other languages.
That's kind of good to know, because I have no programming experience minus a tiny bit of Python.
I don't know.
Look up Uncle Bob Clean Coders. Watch a bunch of his videos.
Uncle Bob Clean Coders.
I heard about that with Lisp myself.
I mean,
yeah.
Because Haskell and Lisp are like really good for like experimental programming, because they're two languages that can literally do anything.
Yeah.
And they have libraries to do that. Unlike C, which, you know, C is a pretty nice mid to low level language. The problem with C is that it doesn't have built-in libraries. Haskell and Lisp both correct this, which is why they existed at one time, were actually pretty popular. Haskell, for a big example, is really popular with like scientific research. Because of how it's implemented, and its performance is like.
Did he just cut out?
No, we can all hear him.
Yeah.
But honestly, if you want to learn a programming language for like purposes of scripting, Python is like the good is like the good solid standard. But if Python is not fast enough for you and you still want a simple programming language, Lua.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. Cause that was like something else I was thinking about learning, but definitely like, cause ideally I kind of want to get involved like working with this stuff. I know that Python's gonna be really popular for like automating file systems and stuff like that for servers, right?
Python is popular for more things than what Python should be used for.
Yeah, that's
Python's
probably true.
Really popular. Like you could definitely do a lot with Python.
Yeah, because I definitely am not the type who's gonna like contribute to open source projects on GitHub. It's just not me. Like I'm just not the type who, at least for a while, is like programming doesn't appeal to me too much. But I think it'd be good to learn some scripting languages and stuff.
Well, I would say learn Bash then if it's just that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Perfect,
for sure.
just learn Bash.
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely like am learning Bash kind of through osmosis over time and want to learn it more. Yeah. I should get like a book on it too. Like I don't know. I kind of like having a book. Like
no. You don't need a book. It's already on your system. Just learn man Bash.
Exactly. Yeah, just man. The man page is like, I mean, it's old, so of course, like the man page is pretty robust.
It's fucking massive.
Yeah.
You can find
TFL before you deleted his
videos for Smash.
Yeah, I mean, I know just like the basic shit, like LS, CD, like CP, like I just know the basic shit for files and stuff.
So just Google like what was it, core utils, and then just, if you really want to just know, just go through them, and that's literally all Bash, basically, what people use.
GNU core utils.
Yeah, core utils. That's what everybody's talking about, basically.
Yeah.
I've got a bunch of tabs open from stuff we've all been talking about.
Yeah, it's cool. This is an interesting interview you're doing. So. Yeah.
What do you mean, just asking you guys shit?
Well, the way you're talking, it's like we're being interviewed by like a younger CNN or something. I don't know what to say.
A younger CNN.
Like a California version.
Like the Bash man page.
I don't know.
The Bash man page also tells you how to write a good bug report too.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yo, Root's in here. Hell yeah.
Yo, what's up,
Root,
guys?
you're
Can you
sick.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, Root, I cannot hear you.
And somebody else said they could hear me.
Oh yeah, you're good.
We can hear you.
Yeah, that person's lying to you, Root.
Josh is a liar. Okay. Now he means well, but he's still lying.
He's just a lying sack of greatness.
In my last video, Josh, I didn't name you, but I talked about you being the ultimate Linux beta tester that you can break any Linux distro.
Okay, that's so wild that
welcome.
you. Okay, I watched your video today, and I've been in a call here when like Josh has been in here, and I was like, I wonder if he's talking about him. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was talking about it for sure.
That's great.
I didn't know that you like.
The big thing is,
it's on a new Linux distro every 2 weeks. It's fucking hilarious.
yeah.
I thought you were talking about Zaney or Josh.
Josh, yeah.
My installed operating system really does not fucking matter to me because I installed like
you're gonna nuke it next week.
Yeah, and you know, like a lot of times when I'm nuking an operating system, jumping into something else, it's because I broke something to the point where it's really easier for to just reinstall something new. For like Gentoo, for an example, I finally figured out what was going on with Gentoo, and I can blame it 100% on QT. Because
I'm the opposite of you, bro. I like to settle on something and then live in it for like long term, so I can like learn it. You know?
So here's the thing, Ruth. Here's the thing. That was Gentoo for me.
But even you break Gentoo all the time.
You're having like an echo.
Oh, of course I break Gentoo all the time.
What's going on?
Oh,
you have like,
we can hear ourselves through your speaker.
God dang it! Hold on, I don't know why.
Go into voice and video settings in like click on the user settings down by your user in the bottom like bar on Discord. It's like a settings cog link down by your name, like where the microphone and everything. Click on that. Go to voice and video, and then scroll down to you'll have a section called voice processing, and make sure you have echo cancellation and noise reduction on.
Okay, I just turned on noise reduction. Is that better?
You're good.
Very.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Are you on your iPhone?
I don't really.
Are you listening through speakers?
No, I'm using a gaming headset.
So you need to turn the gaming headset volume down. Actually, that's what it is.
Or I want to be able to hear you guys.
No, just turn on your mic gain.
Yeah.
Mic gain?
Yeah, just turn yourself down.
How's that?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
you're like
you still sound better. I mean, you sound the same.
The big thing. The big thing. Okay, so
this is great.
The big thing with gaming headsets is that the microphones that they use, they really cheap out, and as a result, they have to set the gain so insanely high on the microphones that if you have the software gain of a microphone set where you would normally expect it to be set, it is actually so sensitive, it can actually pick up what's going through the headset speakers itself. So like your ear holes, it can pick that up.
I just turned everything down.
It's a little quiet. Turn it up. Turn it up. You had it like perfect before.
All right, how's that?
Good.
You're good.
Yeah, sounds fine.
I do want to talk to Zaney really quick about this troubleshooting this damn hot laptop, man. I want to say, Zaney, this didn't used to be an issue. I feel like this is a new kind of thing. Like, OpenBSD never used to run this hot, and I'm wondering if it's just my laptop's just getting old or what. But I just cleaned out the fan and changed the thermal.
No, it's OpenBSD. OpenBSD.
So you think
runs hot? It just does.
Is it because the way that they're doing CPU kind of cycles? They're just.
It's most likely that. Yeah, it's most likely a security improvement at the cost of some pretty big performance hit.
I see. I just switched
Does
over.
your fan sound like it's?
Well,
Does your fan sound like it's spinning at the proper RPM?
I have a way of looking up what the RPM is at right now. I'm not running any load or running any videos. It's doing a 3578 RPM.
That's pretty normal.
You've got a ThinkPad T420, right?
Yeah, and right now I'm at 53 degrees, just idle, it's just chilling at 53 Celsius.
That's pretty normal with OpenBSD, if we're being honest.
Okay, but I had to also make some huge tweaks. Like I set it to the lowest power setting for CPU. I set the BIOS setting for battery balanced and thermal balanced, and then I even switched over to the mode setting driver and switched from PyCom to XComp Manager, and I see a big improvement with that. Like it's staying out of the 60s now, it's staying within the 50s range, or maybe like 60, 61 if like I open up YouTube, the website.
It's pretty interesting because so I've had a T420 for like a long time, and I was planning on installing OpenBSD to it. It was probably over a year ago, but I remember I found your channel when you had like a few hundred subs, and I thought it was sick. You had the same ThinkPad, and we're like, just going. Yeah, no, I forget how many subs are you at now?
Well, thanks to Mental Outlaw, I'm about to push 2,500.
Wow, that's fucking
I like within 24 hours, I gained like 600-700 subs because of that shout.
I've gained like 500 since he shouted me out. I'm like, shit.
Yeah, that was dope. And then I made that video like totally I just wanted to like go over what he said and just kind of some things I disagree with.
I watched it.
Yeah, and then I got these people in the comment section just like accusing me of like they're like, I don't know why you're being so defensive or why you feel so attacked, or you and Mental Outlaw are saying the same thing, and I'm just like, where are they getting that from? Like I thought I was like Like I was really polite and just like in a good mood. I wasn't like mad or anything. And at the end, I was shocked. I did not know that he was gonna talk about my channel at the end. It like freaked me out. I was like, what? I thought I was like hallucinating or something. Because I thought I was just watching a video that he was making about OpenBSD.
Yeah,
so I had no idea.
People started messaging me like,
"Oh wait, was that your live reaction? Was that your live reaction?
That was a live full reaction. I did not know.
I thought you had seen it before. That's funny.
I didn't. I watched like the first like just like 3 minutes of it, and I was like, you know what? Because he started saying things about it not being good for the desktop, and he started things. I'm like, you know what? I gotta make a video about this because, you know, what he's saying is just not, I don't think it's true.
I think if he would have just stated it differently, that like it's difficult.
Yeah.
It's difficult to use, and that like you're gonna have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he does.
Yeah, you did.
It
was
that,
fine.
Like he does actually make that point because he's like, look, if you use OpenBSD on the desktop, you are a hacker because it's not really meant.
I thought that was kind of a weird thing for like. I get what he's saying. It just kind of seemed like a little pointless, but like, because I thought that was kind of funny. I get what he means though overall with like, there is shit like Firefox like runs really slow on OpenBSD, and it's like
what he really is meaning is that OpenBSD, it's a research distribution. It's not meant to be your desktop daily driver. Like
it can be though.
Exactly. Well, I mean that's the thing. It definitely can be, but it's not like it's meant for that sole purpose. And like the developers bend over backwards to make sure that your Outlook fucking loads. Like, you know, that's not the purpose of it.
Yeah,
definitely not.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing in videos. That like if you if you don't understand, like if you make YouTube videos, if you don't understand like that you don't have enough time to ever explain yourself perfectly in a video, like you'll never make content. Because that's what trips up a lot of people is like it's really hard to make a video when you start editing it and you're like, okay, well I could have said these other 15 things that are like completely relevant, I should talk about, but I mean, like before you know it, you've spent like 8 hours on a video and you're like, fuck this shit. It's only an 8-minute video. I can't keep it.
I know that feeling. You're like, oh, it's fucking 3 a.m. I'm still waiting on this shit to render and I haven't even started uploading to YouTube yet.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And like the worst one is when you're rendering a video and then you realize that like something that you missed in a video. Like that one is the worst.
Once it's rendering, I'm like, fuck it, dude. I'll just gotta take the L because we're not going back.
I mean, there's a lot of my videos where I've done that, but I've stopped doing that a lot recently just because there's so many videos that I have where I'm like, dude, if I had just watched this back after I rendered it and not uploaded just immediately after, I could have caught something.
My biggest thing is, man, I want to take one-take videos so I don't have to go through the editing and rewatch them to edit things out.
The problem with the one-take video is, the problem with the one-take video is that's exactly what I do.
Yeah, one-take videos they're Hex DSL is one of the few people that I watch where I'm like, he pulls off the no-edit video more than most people. Because
Metal Outlaw was doing it for a long time. When I first subbed to him, I subbed to him a long time ago, and it was very much just like hop on the mic, screen record, and like that was it. And he still is kind of like that, but he does some minimal editing now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you got any kind of responsibilities or life, you got to do it like that. It kind of sucks.
Right.
Unless, well, I mean, I was talking with Zaney about this. Unless you're just a disciplined person who can just break up the work over the week and not try to just do it all in one day.
Really what it is when you start, like, because, I mean, again, like, I know you got a family. Like, once you have a family, that's the part where it's really difficult to set aside time to make a video. Because,
actually, lately, I just want to say, Zaney, now that my kids are doing summer school and they're going to be in school, I'm actually going to have a little bit more free time now and quiet
nice.
to make videos. So yeah, so you're gonna see probably it's gonna be easier for me to make content. And
I like.
Hell yeah.
More root content. That's what I like to hear.
yeah, I might go crazy again and just do like 5 videos in 2 weeks, like I did right before Christmas.
Root, you have that like it's like a 30-minute long rant while you're playing. It's like an FPS. It's kind of like a Quake clone. That video, I forget what it's called.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
yes, I know what video.
That video is great. That video is fucking great. You're like just ripping on like really idealistic people with like different.
Yep.
I forget what it was. It was just a really funny.
Like the average Fediverse user.
You're ripping on idealistic people and people who also like talk shit or like just don't.
We were talking about that in here earlier.
OpenBSD is. Like,
Yeah, those kind of, and then also I was, the first half of the video, a lot of people misunderstood. I was talking about being unnecessarily paranoid about your computer usage to the point where you get like obnoxious or you get like weird.
Oh yeah, that's something where it's like, that was kind of my initial drive with this stuff. I get it. I've always been really into the Tor stuff. I like Tails. So
there's people that'll tell you no, Tor is compromised. You can't use Tor.
Yeah, it gets
like, people just keep taking it one step further into just like nothing is good enough. And it's to the point where it's just like, okay, well then Ted Kaczynski, go get the cabin in the woods and throw all your computer machines away.
I think a lot of people, it's kind of like an unattainable fantasy to like have this perfect like box, this perfect machine that's just like super air gapped, but it's just not real. At a point it's like, what's your goal?
It depends on the person. Some people, it's all they think that way all towards, they want a security utopia. Some people want a privacy utopia. Some people want like a Stallman free software, no firmware kind of utopia.
Not any of us.
Yeah.
No, everybody in here is chill. Everybody in here is chill as fuck.
But see, that's the thing though, like really in all honesty, like and this is something that I talk about like sometimes, like it's not something I bring up all the time, but it's a reason why I don't really support the FSF that much. Is the FSF and really the way that Stallman preaches does a lot of harm to free and open source software in getting people to use it, because like Stallman
I agree,
is like if you're not going full ham, then just stop. Like you're not like
I fell for the meme for a bit, like with the Libra booted X60, and like I tried Triskel, I tried Parabola, and then I just like was using Debian, and I was like, and then it's like, you know, I had a lot of work I needed to get done on like my Windows computer, like with the music stuff and just other things, and then it's like, after a while I was like, man, fuck this, I need the middle ground. So on my T420, that's why I was using Arch for a bit, and you know, tonight I'm probably gonna go to Fedora, but I've had that Arch install for like 6 months now. Well, so I'm like,
see, you bring
that's a good middle ground though, you know,
because like the thing about, well, it's a fantastic middle point. It's really just a great way to go. The thing about like Parabola and all of the FSF approved distros is they for most people they don't work. Like
it just it doesn't
like
it's kind of hilarious how I was doing it back then.
Well, I mean, see, the thing is like for most people need Wi-Fi. And like I had to do that. Like I had to swap out the Wi-Fi chip on my X60 to a non-proprietary one, like exactly. So and most people are not willing to do that. And it's not that you should be willing to do that. It's that it's ridiculous to ask someone to do that, because what's the worst thing that's going on with the Wi-Fi firmware? Like genuinely, what's the worst thing going on with the Wi-Fi firmware?
Oh, I know a guy that he thinks that all firmware is malware, and if you're forcing a user to use firmware, then you are an evil Hitler oppressor.
That doesn't even make sense.
See, this is the thing. I get,
He's on the
I get why
Fediverse, I bet.
people. I get why people would want.
I thought so.
But see,
I got you.
the wild part about all this is there is literally people who are paid money to investigate software like this. So the idea that they're malware infested, highly contagious, or like, just scary, compromising, like is probably not true. Now, the idea that some firmware for some major US based company has like NSA backdoor in it is probably not unlikely. Like that's probably true. Like if we're being honest,
The Intel management engine has been called.
It is. I'm in it.
Well, but see, here's the thing. Like an NSA backdoor in through something like that really only should bother you if you're a fucking terrorist. Like. Now here's the thing.
For now, I mean,
here's the
unless
thing.
we get
Hold on. Let me elaborate. Because some people are going to go, well, you're using the same argument as if you don't have any
like the government.
If you don't have anything to hide, there's nothing to worry about. And no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying,
you're saying there's a balance. You're saying there's a balance.
Well, not that there's a balance. There's like. Really, in all honesty, the only way that something like that is used against you is in an extreme scenario. So, like, essentially, you only have to worry about that if you're going to be doing something extreme, something that probably warrants them using something extreme like a backdoor in firmware to figure out what in the fuck you did or was doing, like whatever. Like it's not like it's going to be used by investigators when you're dead and then your mom's going to find out how much fucked up porn you watched. Like, that. No, like
now the one thing, Zaney, the one thing I gotta say is that in a traditional American setting, yes, that's true. That mostly, they traditionally those agencies should be used to go after criminals, like actual people, like like mobsters and drug dealers and stuff like that. But we're entering into an age now where free speech is definitely under attack, and we could. I mean, if we ever saw like a complete political shift in the United States where all of a sudden now like it was illegal to say certain things, which it could very well become like that.
But
that's like all of a sudden things that aren't really criminal become criminal.
My point is there are people who are paid, like there are literally companies that their job is to audit these type of firmware blobs. Again, privately.
Who knows?
Privately.
Because it's proprietary, so who knows?
Well, it's not that they're proprietary. Who knows? Like you can look it up. These companies actually exist, and they're contracted by big name corporations like Intel and everything to audit these type of firmware and just code in general. Like that's their whole job.
I offered up some alternatives to this guy. There are setups that you can use that have completely open firmware. Like the first thing that comes to mind is using like a rock chip SoC board, like a Libre computer, and using U-boot. Now it's not going to have the best performance compared to like a laptop.
You could always just Libre boot. Like the thing is if you're actually worried,
I'm against Libre boot, honestly, or core boot. No, I mean against is the wrong word. I don't advocate it.
Yeah, well, I mean, see, like my point is that there is always going to be alternatives to the mainstream. And
there's always you can always push it to the next level.
Yeah, you can always leave, but also you probably shouldn't be worried about your Wi-Fi firmware unless you are literally doing something illegal. Which, if you are, like, I'm not passing any moral judgment. If you run an illegal business, like doing whatever, like. Yeah, you probably should care about it and use a Libre booted computer just to make sure. But genuinely, if you're just a regular Joe Schmo like me,
Oh shit!
like,
I gotta get off Gentoo. Oh,
like,
fuck, dude.
give me one
Minor
second,
installation, dude.
you just go, oh whoops, give me a second, boys, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my experience, even in other countries that have less freedoms, most of what I hear about is people are getting, the police are going after them for things they put on social media, like usually on Facebook or Twitter. I mean, not even like on the Fediverse really, but you know, I mean, there are feds on the Fedi, but yeah.
Back to the FSF thing and why it's kind of bad for like Linux, like that opinion. I think the main thing for me was like when I was getting really into this stuff, I remember there was a like point where I was kind of like, it really just depends on priorities, like because my main issue is like I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody wanting to go like full FSF approved.
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it. The where it gets bad is when people start putting their pride over other people's decisions and implying, oh, if you don't do this, like you're not like a real Linux user, like just when it gets stupid and petty like that.
But see, that's the thing though, because with the FSF, how idealistic
they just are. Yeah, the FSF, that's my problem with it. Is that they are inherently like petty towards this stuff.
Elitist is the word.
Yeah, it's super elitist. There you go. That's the right word.
It's because they are naturally, like, because of who Stallman is, and again, like when it comes to the FSF,
Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, Stallman is like
Stallman built it, and really, in all honesty, the way like there's the Church of Emacs, like literally how idealistic and the way that people approach the FSF and hardcore free software, it's genuinely a cult.
It is, yeah.
Literally like a religion.
It's why I actually kind of respect Linus Torvalds, because he appealed to the slightly like more normie side of Linux.
Well,
which,
I mean,
it's just
a piss poor way of explaining it, because it's not even normal.
Yeah.
It's literal just for a non
idealistic, like it's a practical use.
A practical user, like
I'm not a huge fan of Torvalds, but yeah, he does.
So why not?
Yeah, Fedora GNOME.
Why not take your proprietary driver, run it through a disassembler, learn what it's doing, and then build an open source version of it, and don't put an identity on it so you can't get in trouble, and then just upload it to a file share like Torrent Stream or something like that.
That's the thing. If it was that simple, somebody would already do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that simple. Finding out how, like, because the thing is
especially for a lot of these BIOS ones, because it's hardware level.
If you want to run, like through finding out how in the world you could decompile a proprietary firmware blob from like Intel, you also have to assume that Intel never thought that somebody would try running it through a decompiler. Like, they abstract a lot of shit. So even if you were to be able to just simply decompile it and then figure out what it's doing, a lot of, like, because here's a great example with the AMD driver, because I believe it was Jonathan Gray or someone else was talking about their time, and maybe it was someone from FreeBSD, I can't remember who it was, but they were talking about porting over the AMD drivers, and they were talking about, or no, it was a talk with OpenBSD, someone about, it was a Wi-Fi driver, or Wi-Fi firmware blob, whatever, and one of the function calls that it had was so abstracted that the only way that you would ever understand what it's doing is you had to know somebody at the company so that they could explain what the function call was doing. Is it called something else? It asked for something, but it would only work if it received nothing back and another function call received the proper information. It would read from there, but only if the first function call received nothing when it should actually receive data. Like you would think, it's programmed to receive data. It should receive data, but as long as it doesn't, then it works. Like, it's so fucking weird. But yeah, like when it comes to figuring out like and messing with shit like that, it's not so easy. I am
Just follow the logic flow.
well, but that's the thing. Like they are, like you're assuming that multi-billion-dollar companies don't assume that you're just going to try and follow the logic. Like they abstract stuff to try and confuse you, try and make it extremely difficult, possibly even make it completely impossible.
Yeah, like decompiling like NVIDIA drivers would be like I mean they just open source their shit apparently, but like people probably would have been yeah this Discord did. People probably were like, what? Or didn't that actually happen? Like
yeah they got hacked.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, and oh no, I was just like bullshitting. I was just saying that like I wish it was like easier for that stuff. Rue, I was talking to Zaney about it earlier. He was giving me some tips. I did my first OpenBSD install on my T420 today actually.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Oh, were you listening?
I was listening. I was trying to help you in the comment section of YouTube, but I think you're just looking at Discord.
Yeah, sorry.
So I've been troubleshooting this. I actually, Zaney, by the way, I fixed this thermal issue on my laptop.
Oh shit.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So basically, what I did was I just remember, you know the guy that he's the OpenBSD developer that he makes the F and AFI, the video game stuff, and he has a YouTube channel where he plays games in OpenBSD. I remember a while back he made a comment about how a lot of times that the mode setting driver in Xenokara actually runs a little better than the Intel driver. So I switched over to the mode setting driver, and then I'm using PyCom, backend GLX, and VSync for screen tearing because mode setting doesn't have a screen tear-free kind of option.
Do it, Zaney, do it.
And it actually, like, I was running a 720p video on NVIDIA's, and it's just staying at 53 degrees, which is good. I just as long as it stays in the 50s, that's fine.
Oh my god, Zaney, that's crazy.
Dude, I'm gonna kill Death as Poe.
Dude, old man, he better freeze.
No, he didn't. Lance.
Oh my gosh.
Root, do you have any other like main computers that you use except for the T420 with?
Oh no, I have like 2 desktops. I got this laptop. I got my Pine phone, and then I got 2 ARM computers.
Gotcha. What I know that you use, because I'm pretty up to date on most of your content. From what I recall, you use Lubuntu.
Yeah, I still use Lubuntu. I am a Lubuntu fanboy, even though people make fun of me for it.
Yeah. So is that kind of your main is that your main that you use on your desktop?
That's basically like, I mean, I like using Arch on my phone, but on my desktop, for some reason, just this computer, like Lubuntu takes to it like a fish in water. It's just it runs so good. Like everything is just so butter smooth and stable. Like, I was trying to do Manjaro for a little bit, and it just
feels so cobbled together. It feels cobbled together for sure. I gave it a shot back when I was first getting into this stuff and felt like Arch wasn't, a comfortable introduction, and Manjaro just felt clunky. Personally, I had issues.
And now that I run Arch on my phone, I don't really see a need to do it on the desktop. Like I think I only have the patience for 1 Arch installation. I don't want to have like 2 or 3 of them.
yeah, definitely. I'm gonna be. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, there's nothing about Ubuntu that bothers me. I know some people, they have this well, there's 2 types of people that hate Ubuntu. There's people that hate Ubuntu because they're basically told to hate Ubuntu by other people, and they're just kind of jumping on the bandwagon. And then there are some people that have legitimate concerns, I mean, Canonical's branding of their official Ubuntu that they ship, I think has some issues. I know they try to force telemetry on people and the snaps and stuff like that, but the Ubuntu I run doesn't have snaps. It can be removed. You don't have to use it, and I mean, I'm using Brave browser from the PPA. I don't even care anymore about the browser wars. I was trying to use Firefox for a while, but I'm liking Brave.
It's not a big deal. I use Brave on my Arch install, and I I've switched between it and Firefox. I like a lot of the extensions for Firefox, but Brave is just such a good default. Like it's
just really the performance is really good. It really it can handle a heavy workload with tabs. I was trying to use Firefox nightly, and it was crashing on me really bad.
Can I say one thing? The Firefox, I do like one extension that's not anywhere. It's called NoScript.
Oh yeah, I use
NoScript. And that is by far my favorite.
You can use NoScript in Brave.
You can?
Yeah, you can, I believe.
The last time I checked on the Chrome home thing, it didn't have that. But
they have it. It's in the Chrome Web Store. Yeah.
Okay. Well, great then. Yeah, then I'm sold.
What?
Sorry
one question here.
I've had Ubuntu, or I'm sorry, I've had quite a few games here not loaded in Gentoo, so I guess it's going to be time. So,
Garuda, dude. Garuda.
So time for you to distro hop. Let's do it on stream.
Look, I will. I think that's what we're going to do. I'm going to do a live distro hop, but I'm
going to as well.
Should I live distro hop
bro, don't
Ubuntu?
Don't do canonical Ubuntu, my guy.
Why not?
One question here.
Huh?
So, I just joined. I was from Mental Outlaw, and I kind of hung around his channel a little bit, just watching stuff.
Welcome.
How cursed is it if I run Ubuntu on all of my servers and VMs? Because I run a mail server on Ubuntu, it's MailCow, and then I run a bunch of other.
That's pretty normal.
That's pretty normal.
So,
that's pretty normal.
My question is, what do you personally find wrong with Ubuntu?
The only issue I have is a little bit bloated. I have thin clients that have an 8 gig module, like an 8 gig little boot drive, and they're VPN servers. They're like low powered, 2 core, 2 gig of memory, and I run out of space sometimes. It's like Docker, I think it's a WireGuard.
Okay, what version of Ubuntu are you running on those thin clients?
22, I think it's 2104.
Yeah, what install image did you use? Server?
Oh, okay. It's the web server from Ubuntu. Yeah.
Okay, so when you're installing Ubuntu Server Edition, there is literally a checkbox where you can check to not install all the extra bullshit.
I think I might have checked that, but I don't remember.
Wait, so are you missing drive space, or what was it you said it's using too much of?
It just I SSH in and update stuff, and it just says, oh yeah, no drive space available, or like not enough space available, or something like error, and it's just like, oh great.
Well, really, in all honesty, compared to a lot of other server options, Ubuntu server is not that big. Assuming that you're not installing all of the optional tools and everything to go with it, it's actually not that much more bloated than pretty much any alternative, especially once you get all of the capabilities that Ubuntu server has out of the box with something else. Like they're going to be pretty similar in space.
Install that stuff anyways.
Yeah, like unless we're talking about OpenBSD, like RAM usage wise, like it'll blow it out of the fucking water. Like that's pretty much a guarantee. Like because while Ubuntu's running at like 80 to like 130 megs, like your OpenBSD will be sitting at like 30 megs in the TTY. Like it's wild. The difference.
I think after a fresh install on any VM, I think I sit around 150 to 200 megs memory used usually.
Yeah.
But yeah.
OpenBSD is the only one that would blow it out of the water, where you're down sitting under 50 megs, like just not like on a cold boot. But I will say, that being said, like as long as RAM usage is not like you're hyper restricted with RAM, you're pretty fine. And I really don't know of another server option other than Ubuntu that's great. Debian's great too, but Ubuntu is definitely more supported by stuff on the server. So
Yeah, they're more in that space for sure.
I think the only really issue I had with Debian is getting the root user set up correctly, but I was very much a novice.
Oh
about
yeah,
a
that's
year ago-ish.
in the installer. It's like it is kind of weird with that. I forget. I've installed Debian a few times, and I made that exact same mistake the first time I did it. Since then, I forget what it is that I did differently, but just in the GUI installer, there's like a prompt that's very small to like set up a user.
Yeah, I was my first option was Debian because
the Debian installer by default actually does walk you through setting up a user account.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. I can't remember what it was, but I know what he's talking about. Like there was one time where I did it a long time ago and like had fucked it up somehow.
Yeah,
the biggest issue with like the Debian installer is that if you're not using the non-free installer, you don't have any proprietary software. Another thing is that if the Debian installer walks you through setting up a when I learn how to talk here a root password, it will not actually add your user.
Dude, you're the best.
When I learn how to talk.
Sorry, that's awesome. You make me think like I'm high right now. Thanks, Ben.
You're welcome.
As somebody who has been
I'm also just really
this
tired.
high, it was very funny.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna.
What do you think about this for a feature for browser?
Think about what
browser?
So wouldn't this be a good feature for browsers? Like whatever, like just say you're on shoppingwebsite.com and you're looking at certain things, it's bringing certain tracking information on your computer, what you've looked at on that website. What if your browser could be coded to put all that information in a particular folder as what the whatever.com is as a URL name, and just say that browser, that web page pulls in some third-party information also, and if you was to go to that third party's website, it wouldn't be able to see any of the shoppingwebsite.com you was just on, like whatever the www.whatever.com, for example. It's like a method of isolation. So whenever you come back, man, you get what I'm saying, right?
No, I get what you're saying. I think the issue nowadays is that a lot of the tracking is like on their server end. Like it's like a lot of these companies are like exchanging data from what I know and have heard. Like I think a lot of it's done not just through browser fingerprinting now. So I could be wrong though. Like I just think a lot of that. Yeah.
I thought they did it through like account. Well, if you're signed in, that's obvious, but still, something like what's that feature that Firefox added? That the containerization of cookies.
Containerization.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That's unless it depends what they would use for tracking, because they could they could use IP tracking, but that's
you know, want to know my take on this?
That's the most common. Yeah.
You know the best way to avoid all this privacy crap online. I mean, all this tracking and all this
links too.
Well, yeah.
Use a live and reboot for the website.
Well, not only just limiting JavaScript, maybe using NoScript, and also using uBlock Origin. I mean, uBlock Origin does a fantastic job, but also just get off these big tech websites, man. Like honestly, like I try to. The only one that I really still kind of use is YouTube, and that's it. Like,
but
it's definitely hard being in my generation with it, because there's a lot of the think about this, like. We're all using Discord right now to like communicate out of convenience.
Yeah.
Within my generation, within my generation, it's like the amount of websites we're just gonna be like berated with to. Obviously, some of it's voluntary, but just if you're in school, if you're in any of this shit, it's like if you just want to be a functional Gen Z person, you have to give into it, and it sucks. That's why.
I'm old,
RSS.
so I don't care.
No, I'm currently going to 11th grade next year, and I know what you're talking about. My school forces everyone to use 0365, and it's like fantastic. You can use the web browser stuff, but it's like, I sin and I use Windows 10 on my dedicated school machine.
No, same. Yeah.
And the entire trick of it is, I would, well, I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm in the wrong generation, kind of, because the only two things I use are like, YouTube and Reddit, and I just shitpost on Reddit, like left and right.
Oh God, Reddit is terrible.
That is the only thing I do.
Kick him out. Kick him out. He's gone.
You're out of here. Why are people on Reddit so edgy, man? I don't get it.
Reddit people are just cancer, and they spread everywhere. It's
like spread into Zaney's Discord. They spread into Zaney's Discord.
Oh,
No,
I'm joking.
I will honestly say that we have very few Reddit posters ever come on the Discord. And by Reddit posters, I don't mean people who have ever posted on Reddit. I mean people who are the people we're talking about, who they live and breathe Reddit, and they're scary to be around.
There's this comedian on YouTube. He did a video like a Redditor in real life, and he was just played the cringiest Reddit user who said all those things that they say on Reddit, and his roommates just couldn't stand him. They were just so annoyed. He's they're giving him something. He's like, "Thank you, kind stranger." And
no, it's Reddit has a really deep slope of just being, it's bearable to just no. It has a deep slope of just.
And a lot of people on there have very left-leaning authoritarian kind of views, where they just think that if you don't think it like them, then you are trash.
You are gone.
It's rough because my dad has started browsing it, and I just see that pop up his political views of just
Dude, the
gone
porn
more
on
and
there.
more.
All right, so look, I hope to God. I hope to God.
Everybody shuts up right when I say that shit.
I hope to God my grandfather doesn't ever see this, but we introduced him to YouTube, and it's spiraled out of control with him watching he was super deep into QAnon. Watches a ton. He watches the conspiracy theory YouTube YouTube channels. He's super deep into this shit.
See, that's the duality of man. You got my dad where he finds out about Reddit and he becomes super liberal, and then you got your grandpa where you show him YouTube and then he becomes he's into Q.
It's wild.
There's actually different conspiracy groups in YouTube too, not just Q. There's the flat earthers, and then there's
we're gonna make a distro for them,
dude.
And there's people there's people that are they question history and stuff like that, and I kind of dabble in that stuff myself.
Bro, see,
some of it's legit. It's kind of
some of it's fun.
Look, the flat Earth conspiracy led into space is not real. That.
That's
crazy.
People get pretty wild with that stuff.
Dude,
there's people that believe that certain mountains are petrified giant trees,
bro,
I'm sorry. Avatar style.
I'm sorry, but if you haven't treated yourself to researching about flat Earth and everything and space is not real, you absolutely must, just because you will never have that type. There's something hilarious about reading about something and knowing that people truly believe this is the reality they live in.
It's hilarious.
The thing
so
is, I think, and I personally, I don't believe that the Earth is flat, but I think that there are some people there's a healthy way to question things and to consume conspiracy style content, and there's an unhealthy way.
Well, no,
and the unhealthy way is where you turn your filter off on your brain and you don't have any analytical things, and you just start believing everything.
There is
the
a
Earth is just one big Gentoo install by Josh. It's just one big Gentoo install.
Look. When it comes to
I've seen the
content,
Earth is not flat. It's thick.
Yeah, well, no. See, when it comes to what you're talking about, there is a way of looking at content that is like genuinely about stuff that is plausible, and then there is stuff that you should know by definite, like unequivocally, is just complete nonsense.
Well, if you're gonna make wild claims, you should back it up with some
Well, see,
good evidence.
here's the thing. Like, whether or not you think Bush did 9/11 or some shit like that, like, whether or not you believe that is a whole different topic. Listening and talking about it is interesting because it's somewhat plausible. Now,
he didn't do that. He's just a reptile in skin clothing.
Well, exactly.
Okay,
Well, exactly.
anyway.
Like, that's
I have a shit post from 4chan that could fit that really funny. The
Yeah.
schizo post.
Well, but see,
where is it? I have it kicking around this download folder somewhere. Hold up, I need to find it now.
That's where
Hey Zaney,
it
do
should
you
reside.
know about
is a
myopic
shit
Google
post.
syndrome?
Wait, what?
Do you know about myopic Google syndrome?
No.
And controlled opposition.
I mean,
all right, check this out. Would you like to have 3 Bitcoin?
Nah, I'm good.
I want that Monero, bitch.
Oh yeah.
Guys, I just
Is Bitcoin really that
discovered
worthless
something.
right now? Holy shit.
It's like, I think it's under 20k, or it's like somewhere around 20k.
Yeah, I would take
Guys, I
Bitcoin.
just discovered something amazing.
Look
I
up
discovered
Dave
something
White.
amazing.
If you can have a conversation with him and prove that the Earth is a globe, a spinning ball in space, if you can prove that to him, he will give you 3 Bitcoin.
Well, but see,
you better be ready for
that's the
You give him the
problem.
proof.
But the thing is, they'll just say that it's not. They'll just say the footage isn't real. And even if you literally bring them up to space and show them the curvature, they'll be like, "You are hacking my vision with fucking radio waves and fucking putting that image in my brain."
But see, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. Like
They
some
always
people,
have excuse.
some people want to treat
Bro.
like logical like possibilities, like, you know, like maybe the US government was involved in 9/11. Like that is a plausible conspiracy.
I agree.
But
Yeah, it
people
is. It's
take
very
that
plausible.
and compare it to something like flat Earth.
Yeah. No. Exactly. Yeah.
You literally have to believe that everyone on Earth or every intelligent person or scientist is in on a massive conspiracy.
Or a dog too.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
weird how
Well,
it's weird how that is.
Well,
Like,
I will say that there are people in power that do have heavy control over the flow of
oh,
information.
for sure,
over
for sure.
academia,
Well, yes,
books,
but
stuff.
that
And
doesn't
it is easy to
mean.
rewrite history.
Well, no, but see, the thing is just because people have power over like media and stuff doesn't mean that information won't get out. Like, all right, so here's the thing:
Yeah,
while we were
it does
working,
get out, yeah.
while we were working on the atomic bomb, like information leaked. Like people knew that something about nuclear shit, possibly massive explosives, was going on while we were researching. Like, informational leaks is like, it's gonna happen. And the thing about it is, like, really, in all honesty, you have to believe in flat Earth. You have to believe that no one ever, like, who is educated has ever been like, I can prove that the Earth is flat. Or that no one has ever been like, oh yeah, I'm flying over this 300-foot ice wall out into the endless nothing.
You know what, dude? You know what, Zaney? I think you're a Fed in that you're trying to convince us that the Earth is round.
Yeah.
I think you're a Fed.
Like, that's the thing, though. Like, legitimately, flat Earthers would believe that. Like,
they'd be like, Zaney's a Fed.
Yeah, like I'm paid off to say this. Like,
And because of that, BSD is a Fed OS.
Gotta use Temple OS.
Yo, the holy
thing why
yeah.
the big thing why we
glorious.
get these wild conspiracy theories relating to science specifically, like the flat Earth theory and all that stuff, is because what it is that people just refuse to acknowledge science that they themselves cannot easily prove.
Well, I also think that
no,
that's
but,
really
but see, that's the disconnect, though, because it's not, like, really, in all honesty, like, if you've ever watched like videos or documentaries on flat Earth and like their meetups, you would obviously know that most of the people that champion flat Earth are probably mentally not all there. And also,
what you need to do is get some playlists. YouTube controls this narrative, so when you look up videos, they're showing you people that are not explaining it properly.
well,
And they make it look stupid when they explain it.
That's a load of horse shit, because I've used other you're talking to someone who's in the open source community, and I like to use other things. Like, one of my nice things to use is Brave, but that also pulls from Google, so sometimes I'll use SirX, and it's genuinely everywhere you go, flat Earth is wild, and you have to have
a good middle ground. Know that like not just flat Earth though, but if you are looking up other
like vaccines, like COVID
conspiracy, controversy or conspiracy oriented subjects, YouTube will skew their search results to try to steer you towards all the official, kind of.
Totally, yeah. Like specifically, I think the vaccine's a good example of where there's actually
Odyssey is the opposite.
But you also have to understand that when it comes to YouTube, they also don't want to propagate ideas that can be harmful. Like, let's be honest, flat Earth is funny and all, but we also have to recognize that a man has died to try and prove it. And
yeah, I don't think. But the thing is, with freedom of speech, it gets dodgy when people start saying, "Well, we should curb freedom of speech because it's harmful." Like
you gotta be willing to look at the evidence.
I'm not saying that we should ban any talk or anything like that. All I'm saying is that it's understandable that a platform like YouTube, that because of its popularity is under a lot of government scrutiny, has kind of an obligation, not themselves, but imposed on them to try and skew their numbers in a way. Now, I'm not saying
it just sucks that they do that. It just sucks that they do
exactly.
it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It sucks that they do that.
You do have to kind of go out of your way to look for the good stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, I know for sure.
The algorithm will figure you out and will recommend that stuff to you. But if you're
all
just
I see is hot chicks.
The algorithm will figure out that you're a man and that you're single and horny, and it'll just.
That's true. That's true.
Oh yeah, Root. I actually found your videos through the algorithm. Yeah, and it was back when you had like just a few hundred subs. Like, you had a few videos out, which was pretty crazy. That it was like that.
Honestly, I think it's because OpenBSD content was just so rare.
It was super small. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So like, I was one of the few people actually doing it. I don't know if I'm the first. I think that the OpenBSD guy was the first person to do an OpenBSD channel. Well, no, actually, no. There was a guy before him a couple years back.
So here's the funny thing, Root, because when I started getting interested in OpenBSD, I started looking at content, and the only other person I found that was like very relevant, that like because there's one guy who like stands in front of a camera, he's got a very nice setup and everything. I can't remember his channel's name, but
was it like a privacy something?
Yeah,
like the guy he had like black hair, and he was kind of corny when he talked.
Kind of, yeah.
I know you're. Man, that guy, he has a video that has almost like 100K views. Yeah, and he never came back.
Yeah,
I'm like, bro, you could have been.
He's only got like 5 videos on his channel. Like, I don't understand it. But
I gotta get going. But it's been good to talk, guys.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
Yeah, have a good night, man.
Have a good one.
Yeah, peace out. See you.
See ya. But like when it comes to like content, I couldn't find anything other than really outdated content. Then I found your channel, and I was like, oh, and like you had so much good content on OpenBSD because you took it in a route where you were like, let me just talk about everything about the internet.
And I think I was one of the few people that was actually like, I was actually live streaming from an OpenBSD machine, which I think was unheard of at the time. And I'm like, I don't know why, because I was basically just doing what Luke Smith was doing when he first started. I was just using FMmpeg and a tiling window manager and just microphone, and let's go. Actually, I was using my Pine phone because I don't really technically own a microphone. I kind of cheat that way. But
when I started live streaming in 1440p, from OpenBSD, I got a lot of messages from people like, how the fuck are you doing this? And I'm like, to be honest, my script's kind of black magic to me. I really don't know. Like,
it worked.
It did, and it works. It worked remarkably well as long as my microphone setup was right. But
we just need to get your fan situation fixed, and then we can get you back on OpenBSD.
Really? Well, see, the thing is I actually would be completely fine with paying for GeForce. To me, it would be worth it to pay for GeForce Now if I could use OpenBSD on my desktop system. And also with having built back up my Rosewell computer, like with now it's got these 6600 XT in there with it. Godot should perform great on OpenBSD.
Oh, it's interesting. I remember you saying that you had an issue with Godot. I was playing Cruelty Squad using Godot, and I was getting great frame rates with it. So I don't know.
It was pretty poor in the editor. I don't know why. But
okay, so I guess the player is different, huh?
I mean, I was also using an APU, but still, I loaded up that same scene in Windows on just the APU, and it runs smooth. But that APU is definitely limited, and obviously with OpenBSD being a security-focused OS, not a performance-focused one, which people hit themselves a lot with Linux. Linux, in case anyone doesn't know this, if you believe that Linux is a security-focused OS, then you are fucking kidding yourself. It is not.
Oh yeah.
Like it
actually,
is.
I had a guy commenting in my security video just recently, like a couple days ago. He was telling me that that I failed to mention that Linux has all the same security things that OpenBSD has, and that it has had it for a long time. Yeah. And I'm like, not. It's not the same. I mean, I'm sure Linux has some good security in the kernel. But they're not doing what OpenBSD is doing.
No, well, see, like that's the thing. Like Linux is see, here's the thing that a lot of people don't even understand. Like if OpenBSD was to try and make their kernel like Linux and support as much as Linux does, genuinely they would have to throw all of their priorities out of the window. Because here's the thing, OpenBSD audits they audit their code frequently, and like not.
They also break backwards compatibility frequently too.
Well, and that's again not only in an effort for security, because if you break backwards compatibility over time, you also remove, if there's any exploits ever found in older code that's like 5 years old, doesn't fucking matter. Can't affect.
Wait just a second here. Hold on. I just looked at the YouTube stream for the first time in like 2 hours. Did you really just have to copy paste a DD command?
I haven't copied and pasted it yet, but I am going to copy it. Yeah.
Are you just not capable of typing that shit out?
No, I am, and I mean I will have to change it, but I just copied.
Like, did we forget the syntax of DD?
No, it's not that I forget.
Are you at least using a control shift or control C, control shift V at least, not the mouse?
Well, yes, I'm going to be using control shift V to paste it into the terminal. Yes, but This is all besides the point. I copy it because I have never learned this command. I rarely have to use DD. Like, and it's not because I don't want to use DD. It's just I rarely have to. Because
you know what I noticed?
If we're being honest, most of the times when I make a USB on like to flash like Linux or anything, it's typically off of my mom's laptop because I have a shitload of ISOs downloaded on her laptop and she has Melina Etcher on it, so I just load it up.
Yeah.
And, like,
hey, some Linux systems aren't working with DD anymore. You have to use Melina Etcher or something.
Well, especially if you want to try Hollow ISO, which is
also, I think Proxmox, on that same topic, I think Proxmox started breaking with DD too from like the last installs, and that runs Debian, but that's might be a little bit off topic here.
That's
so
weird.
You have it memorized. If is a source and of is a destination.
No, I haven't. Well, again, like I'm telling you, man, like I use DD maybe once every 3 months, and even then, like I'll always just Google DD to USB, and then just copy.
Doesn't IF stand for input from and then output from, or
It stands for input file, output file.
oh yeah, input file, output file. Got it. That's okay.
Yep.
And in POSIX compliant DD, it doesn't have status equals progress. And I've heard people complain about
Isn't
that.
DD a way you can make a copy of a file that doesn't have any fragments in it?
It is a perfect copy of whatever that file is. So if there's fragments in that file, it copies the fragments too.
Do you know you can also write an ISO using cat?
Yep.
You can use cat to format a USB with an ISO.
Because cat was never actually intended to output the what's inside a file. It just puts things together.
Yeah. You can use cat to stream data through SSH and stuff like that.
Yep. You can use split to break up a file into chunks, and then cat to put it back together.
I like using I like using 7Z to split up files personally. I like the way it works.
I couldn't hear y'all for a bit. Did you hear what I said about DD making a file with no fragments?
Yes, I did. And I told you that that's not how DD works. Now, DD Rescue, that won't copy the fragments, but DD itself will.
You know, why would you worry about a file having fragments if you copied it? Like
easy to boot, where you can drag and drop ISOs, so you can have a whole bunch of live ISOs
that's literally
pick from to install.
Like it's perfect.
They can't have any fragments in them.
Oh, like having like a multi-boot thing on a thumb drive?
Yeah.
Multiple ISOs? Oh, okay.
I looked it up. It's like, if you're familiar with Ventoy, it's the exact same thing. Just different.
They have something like that for the PinePhone. It's called pboot, and you put it on an SD card, and it'll come up with a little screen in the beginning, and it'll give you like 13 different distros to choose from to try out on your PinePhone.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's called pboot. by Megi, M-E-G-I. The PinePhone is really cool, man. I freaking love the PinePhone, but I do think it does have some questionable hardware. I mean, I understand that they're trying to do the best they can with that. The hardware market is kind of like shit because it just caters to the big fucking Samsung companies and Apple companies.
Well, no,
they probably get the leftovers.
No, well, see, that's not true. It's just that they can't sell enough units to be able to purchase enough to make it viable for them to buy the good expensive chips.
Like I had a friend who just got a PinePhone Pro, and his modem just fried on him, and it was only like a month or two old, and that just pissed me off. I'm like, freaking really? And he can't get his money back. $400 out down the drain.
Like
he can replace the main board.
Well, see, the thing about it is like that's why, in all honesty, there's a solid argument for proprietary. Like not just phone, hardware in general. Because
maybe the hardware, but I am sold now on running Linux on a phone. Like it is fucking badass. They've got it down now. Like it's mature. Like especially with XMO. It is. No, well, it is.
No, see,
no.
You say that, but you don't use a phone.
Okay.
Like I do. Like because
I mean, it's mature in a sense that It's kind of like having like a ThinkPad running DWM that can make phone calls and do text.
But
now,
see,
it's not. I see what you're saying. It's
no,
not.
Like I have to wholly disagree with you because half the things. All right, I'll list off what I constantly do on my phone. Like most likely is I have a pen in my phone that I take notes with. I can't do that on a PinePhone, which is fine.
You mean like a stylus? Like
yes,
right with a stylus? PinePhone support. You can do a stylus on PinePhone.
You can, but
But I mean, you'd have to find a piece of software that would allow you to do it. I mean,
exactly.
I mean, like it would probably be like maybe GIMP or something.
No, because it would, the CPU on that thing is so slow that it wouldn't be able to keep up and make realistic touching. But that's besides the point. I can't do that, which is, again, I understand that's very specific to me. But another thing would be reliably watching YouTube, which I know it can watch YouTube, but nowhere near the quality that my phone is. Nowhere near.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. But
it doesn't
have you ever heard of
have
you ever heard of something called YTFCF?
Hold on, I'm going to keep going through what it can't do. It can't load Netflix on it. It can't do my Venmo. It can't do my CashApp. It can't do my it probably could do my Telegram.
You'd probably be better off not doing any of those things.
Did I just say use Cash? But again, I could just say use Cash, but at the same time, I mean, anything that's payment sharing, that's just kind of, I just kind of go, ugh.
Well,
I mean, I'll send you fragments of a coin via like
I think what it
Payer
is
or something. Help.
Well, that's
for different people.
All right. Look, as somebody who works for a small business and who has a sister who runs a small business, payment sharing apps are the best because it's easy to collect payment from clients.
But that's like hell on tax records, though.
No, it's not. It's actually super easy. Especially like because it's not hellish if you just do a business account. It's literally made for that.
I mean, and I understand where you're coming from, why you need to do these things on your phone. But it's the state of modern technology that the society has made the cell phone, the smartphone, such a center of your life. When in my mind, I just remember when phones used to be
complaining about how it used to be doesn't change the way that it is. I need that stuff on my phone. And saying that Linux is mature enough to do those things is disingenuous.
It's not. I never said that. I said Linux is mature enough to be ran on a touchscreen phone.
Well, I mean, that's obviously true, but
what I want is I want my phone to be like a Linux computer.
Well,
with
hold on, see, we have to be honest with each other here because Microsoft, which is a massive company, had enough power and resources to make their Windows Phone run exceptionally. Like I had one. These were exceptional devices with an amazing OS, a fantastic design behind it, that every phone was required to have an AMOLED screen so that when everything was black on the screen, the pixels were actually off, which would save incredible battery life. And then the OS was designed in a way where almost everything was fucking black except for text and like your actual tiles and application icons and shit like that. It was perfect. It was a great device, but it didn't have the software to make it competitive, so it died. And that's the problem.
Basically, kind of like what a Pine phone is. That's what a Pine phone is. Just a great Linux computer that can do basic phone functionalities, like send a text, receive a call. You know, I can order pizza. I can call my baby mama, or she can call me.
But if that's all you need and want out of a phone, the fact that you're getting a smartphone is already a mistake in the first place.
Well, no, but the thing is, though, the fact that I can use I can use the terminal and I can use like Arch Linux and the Fish Shell and compile and use certain Linux software on here. That's really cool to me because I like using that kind of software. That's my bread and butter.
So
I like using the command line.
The fact that the product exists is cool, but you also have to understand why it is not going to be 99% not commercially successful, and also
it is. It has been it has to be a commercial success because PinePhone is always out of everything. They're like constantly like out of stock. Like people buy up their shit.
Can I tell you about supply chain issues though? I mean,
well, no. Supply chain issues.
I thought it's because they're selling that shit like hotcakes, man.
Hold on,
like they can't keep
Root, we have to be honest.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Root, we have to be honest with each other. The company that makes PinePhone doesn't have the capital to get enough inventory to actually buy their.
Well, it's the same thing with framework.
Hold on.
They had. Well, I mean,
I think
everybody be quiet. Let the guy that actually did logistics operations for factories tell you how the shit works. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
When you have a hardware company that needs to like make a product, like say a Pine phone, for example, in order to get all their parts that they require to actually sell, they have to make a bulk order.
Yeah.
Now, the Pine phone is intentionally labeled as a beta product, so they already know that there's going to be a limitation on the number of people that they want to purchase. So it's not that they don't have the money to purchase a Pine phone, it's just that they just didn't buy enough parts. Now, why is this important? Because when, say, like, I want to place an order for an all-winner CPU, what I have to do is I have to call up Cortex, the people that make the all-winner CPU, and I have to tell them, hey, I need this many CPUs that need to be on this kind of board laid out like this. Cortex will give you a quote on when they can spin up production, but the number one question that they want to ask is, how many do you want? They don't say how many do you need, how many do you want? So, Pine 64, when they first came out with the order for the Pine Phone Pro, they only ordered something like 4,000 units. Now, I don't know if that's the actual number. That's just an estimate.
Which is, by the way, for someone who is not in the logistics, but who has many friends who are, that is an extremely low order. That is very.
Well, that isn't. Now, if they sell out and they need more, the biggest issue is not that they can't source it. It's just that at that point, Cortex is already working on something else.
Exactly.
And Cortex has to finish that production contract before they can make more stuff for Pine 64.
But you have just explained what I was saying. Literally, it all comes down to the core fact that they do not have the capital to make a big enough order when they need it. That's
Zaney, I was just thinking, Zaney, I was just thinking the same argument you're making is what some people make against using desktop Linux versus Windows or like Mac OS, because they're like, Linux just doesn't have the software that I need to do X, Y, and Z task or work with certain hardware.
And here's the thing, right? I would actually tell somebody if the software that you need, you actually need it. Like, there's not, like, if you're telling me that, like, you do thumbnails for YouTube and you need Photoshop for that, like, no, like, yes, we will talk about the fact that you can use GIMP for that. But let's say you work for a company, you do like color correction is your job. You have to use DaVinci Resolve to do your color correction work.
Exactly.
Like, yes, it's probably better.
And let's be honest.
With Windows.
Like, I love electronic music, but all your big producers, they're all using fucking Apple or Windows.
Yes.
And Ableton and Fruity Loops. They're not dicking around with Linux. It's just too much of a hassle.
No. Well, and also Linux is not objectively. If you want to go audio, Mac is the best way to go. Like, it just objectively is. But
I'm not saying that there aren't people that use Linux for that, but
like, really, the only people that you find that are trying to like champion Linux, where like it fits every use case, and if you have an argument that like you shouldn't like you're using something proprietary, and because for your use case it's better, like we should go argue about it. Like, really, in all honesty, like, no. Like, if you have a use case that justifies, like, not justifies but requires proprietary, then there's no argument to be had. Like, it makes sense. Like, obviously,
for a nerd like me, who's a nerd and I like nerdy things, the fact that I can use a tiling window manager on a touchscreen phone unit, or at least it's something that's engineered to look like a phone and operate like a phone.
Can I ruin your day already?
But
you can install a tiling window manager on Android.
You can't run SXMO on Android.
You can't run SXMO, but you can run the Nova launcher.
Yeah, which doesn't.
Yeah, but that's like a virtual machine kind of deal, isn't it?
No. That's just a launcher application.
I don't know. I can't stand Android, man. I just think it's whack, personally.
Dude, I don't like it either. Root, I just heard you on the stream. I was like listening and like all using like Windows and Mac. So I make music and I do it in FL Studio. So I have to have like I have a separate Windows machine because I've tried emulating FL and Wine and stuff like that, and it's super impractical for using external plugins. So like it's literally just one of those things where like I would be full Linux and then BSD on my ThinkPad if like I didn't have to do that. But at the same time, I love FL Studio. People always tell me like you'll hear a lot of people in Linux be like, well, you shouldn't be using that software then, but it's like
and that is one of the most cruelest arguments you can have with somebody, because literally
I love that
you're trying to invalidate what you do, like, because the basis of that argument is, well, you should have never been doing what you've been doing the way, like let's say you're starting to get successful in music and someone tells you that, like, that's the most disrespectful ever. Like,
so Mr. What are you looking at? What have you ever tried to interface synthesizers with Linux? Is that really a thing?
Wait, yes, you can do it with LMMA.
Do you mean analog? Do you mean analog synth?
Or any kind of a synthesizer, like a drum machine, or like an analog synthesizer or digital synthesizer.
You mean like a hardware one?
Yeah,
hardware. Yeah, hardware.
That's what you.
So I've used a focus. Hold up. I think a lot of noise.
Somebody's got their mic picking up way too much background.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I just installed, was it?
Did you also just install Gentoo?
Oh. No. Yeah, I did.
So yeah, Root. I've got a Korg Minilog, which is like an analog hardware synth.
I'm jealous. Those are sick.
Korg
is sick.
Yeah, I love it. But
is that better?
Yeah, when I was using Linux, my audio interface was one of the things I was able to have work perfectly fine. So like, and it's just a Focusrite, which are like as proprietary as it gets, and it actually worked out of the box. So yeah.
That's interesting. Have you ever used Ardor?
No, everybody like says like, if you're into Linux and you make music, try out Ardor. But I just love FL. Like, I seriously love FL Studio.
What kind of music do you make?
You could check it out if you want. It's like my tag. Yeah, I have a SoundCloud. If you like stuff that doesn't have vocals, I do production and I do vocals. Like, it's all me. Like, everything's me. You can look up Mother Suo on like everything. Like Mother Suo on like
Mother Sue.
Wait, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm looking this up. SoundCloud. Give me 1 second.
Damn, I'm gonna feel like cringe as fuck being put on the spot like this. Mother, like Mother, and then space, and then SUO.
Mother Suo.
Yeah.
So I have a master's degree in music. Can I like completely wreck your day?
Wait, what?
I have a master's degree in music. Am I allowed to wreck your day?
Wait, are you allowed to what? Mother, what is it?
Oh. Mother space, like mother, and then space, and then SUO, like Suo.
I just followed you on there. Will you follow me back? I got a SoundCloud called Root D&D, but it's all drum and bass music, so I don't know if it's your thing or not.
I don't follow anybody back on my SoundCloud, but I'll follow you on my alt.
Okay.
Yeah,
Root D&B for drum, like just think Root drum and bass, because I mean that's what it's all about.
Oh, yo, something you should give a shot is Renoise. Renoise is available for Linux, and if you like drum and bass and like techno and that type of thing, Renoise is like, it's a tracker DAW, so if you're just getting into music production, it's probably not the best to like give a shot. But Renoise is super cool.
You know, I thought about it. I think that if I really wanted to get serious about music production, I probably would just have a dedicated Windows install and use like Ableton.
Totally worth it. Yeah, I could even help get you hooked up with some plugins if you want the PSP.
The problem is I don't have the free time anymore just to do everything that my heart desires. It sucks. I gotta like pick something. Like
I'd say just chip away at YouTube.
Let's listen to it.
That's the story that you wrote, but I just live for audio. You only know what you know. I think on the floor stunned, and I just live for audio. Scraping to the driveway in the cliche cafe. You don't know my work day. Hiding in my workspace. Then they just call me by my only internet name. Things really do change. They're gonna carry it away. Out of face to my name. Cause you're not just meant to waste. I'm too desiring for fame. Sometimes the kingdom is the chase. That adds that meaning to my name. Faster, but it seems slow.
That vocal like high there could have used like some, I don't know, like auto tune or something there. Like it was pretty bland. Like it's not like it was bad, but it was like bland. Like it could have used like something a little bit extra. Sorry, I have like my best friends are like audio engineers, so like I like, and well also one of them's a producer, so like I'm kind of like I sit with them a lot, so like they're always like, oh, we could have done this a little bit better. It's not like I'm critiquing and saying it's bad or anything. I'm just I notice that stuff.
Metros, walking faster tempos while I run from shadows. Why can't I stand medical? That's the story that you wrote. I just live for audio. You only know what you know. I think on the floor stunned, and I just live for audio.
If, say, like, I'm on a Fedora system, I have a package list of all the packages I use. So I just DNF install source to package list, and it installs all my packages.
What are you looking at? I got a question for you. Or
What's that?
Other Sue.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Okay, so moving more faster. That's yours, right? Cliche Cafe.
Yes. Yeah, so, okay. Yeah. So I can explain. So that's my most recent. It's like a full length album. That was my first full length I've ever like made. It took me like a long ass time. That stuff might not be as much up your guys' alley depending on what you're into.
I just listened to Cliche Cafe. Yeah. Dog, that's very good for your first album. That is very good, very good.
Thanks. It's not my first album ever. I've been making music like actively for 6 years and like posting it online, but it's my first full length, like my first full length project. But I'm super glad you checked it out. That's actually really cool that I got to show it to you.
Yeah, it's very nice, man. Good job.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. Feel free to like check out the that album has a lot of transitions and like flows. Like a lot of songs flow into each other. It's kind of like a concept album, but yeah, like I'm really proud of it.
Hey, what do I call you? Do I call you what you're looking at or Mother Suo? What's your name? What's your name?
This is getting messy because I normally like to keep accounts separate from my like music, so I have this Discord. It wasn't intended to be like attached to my online alias. It was meant to be like a private account, but you could just call me Mother Suo.
Okay, Mr. Suo.
Here's what I'm going to tell you.
May I?
Oh, I'm sorry, Root. Keep going.
Just real quick, Mr. Suo, may I have your permission to use some of your music in my intros and my videos? Because it actually sounds pretty fucking fire.
Sure. Feel free.
Absolutely. I'll give you attribution too.
Yeah, no, you've always been super good at that. I think I commented really like early on in your videos that I was like thankful that you were attributing artists like well. I remember kind of commenting and being like,
holy shit,
hey, like, thanks for doing this.
I've seen your comment. I know the comment.
I remember your comment too. I remember.
Yeah, I was actually really like glad that you were doing that. I thought that's like because a lot of people don't.
Really? I mean, I just saw so many horror stories with copyright strikes. I was like, I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna make sure. And then I also like respect artists.
Actually, so here's the only problem. So nowadays, my music, it's all like immediate content ID. So it may cause monetization problems.
Oh, yeah.
I don't actually. So, fuck,
Don't worry.
that's annoying.
I've already played
so
your
weird.
song live on the stream. If somehow like monetization issues come up, it's fine, dude. Take the capital from my stream.
How does
It's
that
fine.
work when you have permission from the artist? That's I have permission from one of the main artists I use. His name is,
You have to
Medicine.
dispute it through YouTube, and then
Okay,
the
so
artist will get
I
it.
can explain because this has happened with me. So with my songs, they have like registered ISBN codes, which is like the official kind of legal recognition of it being mined. I have automatic like content ID happen for YouTube because like people will make like edits to my songs or like things like that, and it'll like, or they'll just re-upload it. Like a lot of my old music that I have like deleted now is just gotten like re-uploaded, and it's like I'll get monetization like from that through YouTube content ID. But
wait, so somebody will try to strike your own music saying it's not yours?
No, sorry. It's, you won't get a strike. So if you use my music right now, let's say you used it for 10 seconds in like the intro, then 10 seconds worth of your monetization would go to me.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
But you wouldn't get striked or anything, not at all.
Yeah.
Like you don't need to worry about that.
So
Actually,
on my channel's
thing is-
not even monetized in the first place. So.
Okay, then you're chilling.
If you ever play music that's not yours, or it ever gets like copyright like hit on YouTube, when you see on your dashboard when it says like copyright strike, that's not the same thing as like what you're thinking. It's just, oh, someone's taking the monetization from that video.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about it, and totally feel free to like if you'd like to use it, that'd be super sick. I'd be super happy with that. But yeah, you don't need to worry about getting striked. Not at all. Like that's with my music, you don't need to worry about that at all.
Yeah,
I think eventually though, if my channel ever gets monetized, I think I just need to start making my own music. Honestly.
Yeah, man. Hit me up. I don't know. You can either add me on here or just message me, and I can give you tips, like help you with picking out like VST plugins and all that stuff. Because I'm really into this shit.
Have you ever heard of one called? Hold on, I need a quote. How much would a 1 minute beat cost? How much you gonna charge for?
Would you want me to make you an instrumental?
Yes.
I don't really do production for other people, but
No. I mean, I just want you to do something dope and then sell it to me. That's what I'm asking for. How much are you going to charge for 1 minute of something?
Wait. What would it be used for? For you to record on it, or just to use in like
intro and outro? Intro and outro. Like I'd cut it up somehow, however I feel like. But like 1 minute, like a nice beat. I don't know. Like I mean, if you want to do vocals on it, it's up to you. Like if you want to charge me extra for vocals, I'm down.
No.
Hit me up with a price quote.
I'll DM you, because honestly, the best way to do it is like, because this is like my artist name is like Mother Suo. If I just did that for you just to like make you an intro.
Oh, I mean, I'm still going to give you attribution no matter what, but I'll still pay you.
Okay. I almost necessarily wouldn't. I almost would want to do it really clean where like you wouldn't need to give me attribution or anything. I'll just, how about this? Just DM me on Discord.
See,
here's
the thing. Before we go ahead and start talking about just go ahead and DM me. Like we'll talk more about it. But like I was gonna say this earlier and I almost forgot. One of the things I will say is the best move that you can do for yourself is when it comes to your online presence, everything that you do online, conglomerate it all into you, brand yourself, and then sell. Like if you're a genuine person online and you can create all of your accounts to be very similar and all kind of beautifully linked together, everything synergizes. When you make friends in one place, they go over and check you out in another. And then that builds up. Like, it's a constant snowball effect. That's the only way that I've gotten my channel up to the point that it is now. Like, I've
always had trouble with that. Because, like for example, I'm in this call right now, right? Like, I joined it under, like, an alias. And then I'm, like, on your stream, right? So let's say hypothetically, like, I always like to have accounts that are private, and I always like to have, like, I always just worry about my digital trail, like, online, just in like the public sense of, like, with music, you know?
Well, see, so here's the thing that I will tell almost everybody. If the business that you want to be in requires you being the product, which is not a bad thing, but if it requires you being the product, then you have to sell yourself. And selling yourself requires you being out and networking and being available to people. And that means giving up at least some level of privacy. I'm not saying give everyone your home address. That's fucking totally different. Like, but you have to be okay with everybody being visible, like, with who you are, like with artists create.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's hard because so many musicians are disingenuous and play the whole mysterious game and stuff, and it just bites them in the ass.
Yes, and if it, like, the thing is it's extremely hard to sell yourself as the artist that no one can figure out who is, and no one can figure out like where they are, like what they're up to, like what they really like believe, like who they are, like genuinely. Like, I think Tom McDonald is a great example of this. Is he goes against everything that YouTube wants to promote. Most platforms don't want to promote his content. He is shunned by the music industry, but he has an incredible amount of success because he has branded himself, and he knows how to essentially be constant with content, and he's extremely genuine with what he believes and who he is, and that's why he succeeds. Like,
it's actually emulate that, because it's super convoluted in music, because it's like, in a sense, you're the product, because I mean, especially with me, like, I do vocals on my stuff, like my face is on some of my like you could find my face on pages online or whatever. But it's like, it's definitely something I've always struggled with. Like, I did an interview, actually. I mean, I'm really small, but I did an interview with this kid who lives in Russia. He just posted on like a VK blog. And it wasn't like video recording, but I've always thought about like, on video recording, like, how would I want to present myself and stuff. And I think you're right. It's just, you just got to be yourself and just like not worry about it.
Yeah. Well, and see, so probably the best advice I can give you when it comes to not worrying about things is, like, genuinely worrying about shit is the dumbest thing that you can ever do in life, always. Like, you have, like, if you can take this to heart, it'll be the best advice you ever take, and it'll be the best advice that I can ever part on anybody. Like, genuinely, when it comes to caring about how a situation is going to go, what's going to happen, it is genuinely your own form of punishment that is unnecessary. Whether or not something that you're looking forward to, and like, I'm not advocating for not caring about something, don't misinterpret this. You should care about shit. Caring about something doesn't mean that you should worry about it. Because genuinely, if you don't worry about stuff, it's much healthier. Yeah, what's up?
What's your opinion on this Odyssey platform? I don't know if I'm really like a fan of it, to be honest.
I've got thoughts on it, but Zaney can go first.
Yeah, Odyssey is kind of.
Oh, sorry.
Kind of iffy.
It's fine.
Yeah, well, I also noticed like on all my videos, my comments tend to be more negative on here. Like the people are kind of like, whiny. I don't know what the deal is.
See, the thing is,
I'm running a script that does that for me. No, I'm just kidding.
Everyone on, like, most of the people on Odyssey are either one of two forms of people. They are hyper idealistic, or they are the rejects that have been kicked off of every other public social media platform. So
that's called two base.
Yeah, you have.
I mean,
especially in the
people
comments.
just are like they just like hating on me for this video where I was talking about the reaction to Mental Outlaws video, which I thought,
bro,
I
the
thought
entire
that
thing is
was
you have a
awesome.
high concentration of people over in Odyssey. So, the entire thing is you dog on, what is it?
All I'm going to say is when it comes to Odyssey, I think me and Root both have a surprising amount of following over on Odyssey. But I think we've both experienced, because I did, like, just like you're saying with like having negative comments on Odyssey, moreover, I experienced that much more. And I did one of the funniest videos ever where I just talked about, like, Brian Lunduk left Odyssey over this skerfuffle over this guy that I had seen his videos where he's absolutely crazy, like screaming, like with a gun, like just acting extremely weird. And I'm like, if he's not, like, mentally troubled, it's probably just like a show, but still it's extremely weird and not the best content that Odyssey has to offer to everybody. So they probably shouldn't be promoting it on their best of our creators list. But also, it's not like I want him to disappear. And dude, I had comments on that video that people were talking about how I just hate free speech, how, like, I was against, like I just like I didn't understand.
And I know you don't hate free speech. It's like they're doing on this video too. They're like reading into things that I'm not saying. Like, it's weird.
Well, at the same time, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
At the same time, the entire thing is you have these. It's a high concentration of people from Mental Outlaw. I think that's how you say his name.
Mm-hmm.
You have those people that go, "Oh, Odyssey. Oh, it's private. It's better than YouTube." But yes, it is better than YouTube. But anything that someone wants to break down their own mind, it's viewed by their own opinion. That opinion can be skewed by multitudes of things: what they look at, what they read, what they think, who they're surrounded by. So. And the entire trick is, if someone goes, "Oh, I'm gonna fanboy on this person. He just said something bad. Now he's bad," and shit posts. That mindset can just take the internet and just turn it into like a schizo zone. And you have a concentration of people going over to Odyssey. Oh, BitChute's a terrible place.
But the thing about Odyssey,
you have this concentration of what is it? There's reject piles.
Yeah,
honestly,
they are the rejects that come over, but really, in all honesty, what it comes down to is Odyssey attracts a type of crowd that is more likely to be hostile about stuff in general. Like,
I have seen more extreme conspiracy content on Odyssey than I have anywhere else, including YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same thing. As
and we're talking about like conspiracy. We're talking about conspiracy theories that go farther than fucking flat Earth.
Yeah.
Like, and QAnon is just like child's play for like these guys, and like the fuck. And this shit is in like the Odyssey recommendations.
Yo, this shit is bananas, man.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what else? What else you have on there? I had a guy that was like commenting a lot on my videos, and he was doing multiple comments at a time on each video. And I'm like, oh, this guy's really into my content stuff. And he didn't have he just had the astronaut profile picture. And he, like, one day he changed his profile picture to like child love is real love and something lolly, and the guy's a total like pedo, and I'm like, oh god, I don't want you to like my videos. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh no.
Sounds like a real stand-up dude, you know.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's on the video too.
That said, if I have to gauge from my own comment section, because my Odyssey channel is actually just about as big as my YouTube channel is, in terms of views, not necessarily like subscribers, but like the comment section on my Odyssey tends to call me not nearly as much of a retard compared to YouTube. Whereas it seems like people have gravitated towards calling me a useless shitbag troll on YouTube. Which, honestly, I guess I kind of sort of deserve that.
Honestly, Josh, like, look, I'm going to be completely honest with you. No.
I'm kidding.
You're a very small creator, and when I would when my channel was your size, it was honestly the same size, if not my Odyssey channel being bigger. And I honestly got better reception on Odyssey. But I will say, as you go along, if you do put more and more work into getting better...
I fully expect it to get worse.
Well,
I just straight up fully expect it to get worse.
If you were to put more work into your thumbnails and your content, just a slight bit, YouTube rewards you much more with exposure than Odyssey ever can, and your YouTube channel will quickly outgrow the Odyssey channel.
You know who I learned that from was Luke Smith and DT. They always talked about the thumbnail game, and so did Mental Outlaw too. Mental Outlaw actually he complimented my thumbnails. He said that they were good. So
yes, I know, which is so funny because I just now put work into my thumbnails. Like, I'm putting more of my face into thumbnails. Like, I'm doing like more stuff with text and shit. And like, he was like showing off my channel, and he's like I'm like, this is fucking awesome. And then he goes to your channel, and he's like, these thumbnails are dope. Which, don't get me wrong, your thumbnails are dope, but I've been putting so much more work into my thumbnails where I'm like, why didn't he even talk about it?
I'll start making everybody's thumbnails. Just hit me up.
There you go. Hey, Root.
Can I kind of expand on that point? The reason it kind of goes around the group thing. It's more that 4chan kind of mindset, basically shitpost with Pepe's and a bunch of other stuff. I don't know. The entirety is that'd be a point of view with anyone, but you see little funny creature, you see funny little anime thing. I'm not really good with that, but I'm a should I say entrepreneur of Pepe's, but still, but
we
kind of physically hurt to say, but still, it's if you have these thumbnails that aren't just 100% clickbait, and then you have some that go like, oh, it's a Pepe staring, or it's a Pepe with a glowing ring around him. It says something about glowware and the NSA or something. It's kind of that like Zoomer mentality, if you want to catch that.
No.
Catch what I'm saying?
That's what I've been doing wrong, because I don't want the Zoomers to watch my videos, because they make the worst comments. They do. They have like no attention span. They'll watch like 30 seconds of the video and then like start like roasting me in the comment section, and I'm like, if you'd have watched the whole video, your question would be answered, or what you're complaining about would have been satisfied.
It's a like tap foot mindset. It's like the 30 or 60-second attention span. Like, oh, I don't see.
When I was that age, I wasn't that way though. Like, I could sit down and watch something for 30 minutes. You know.
It's same here. I'm the same way. The entire if I'm really bored, I'll sit down and watch a speech like Torvalds or like what's the other
I mean, if I'm interested in the subject matter, I'll sit down and watch it. Especially.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, if I'm not interested, then maybe.
So let's do an experiment, and let's just see if we can grow my channel and get like 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Okay.
I'll send you like 10 gigs of Pepe's scraped from 4chan.
Yep.
That should
help. I'm kidding.
Let's do that. We need all the Pepe's. We need anime girls. So Root BSD, you're on sending me anime girls. It doesn't matter who. Just send them to me.
Actually, it does matter.
Hit up Split Shock Virus, man. He's the anime expert. I go into DuckDuckGo image search and I just type anime girl doing this, and I just find the one that looks the best.
There we go. That works. That works.
You should.
Just start sending me anime girls. That's all you have to do, Root.
Okay. I have upgraded. I'm not going to use as much Pepe's anymore. I'm going to use my real frog. The
Zaney.
Yes.
I'm gonna hire you full time to be my editor. You'll be paid in satoshis because I'm too poor for Bitcoin.
Do you want to know how I know Mintalk is using Wayland?
How's that?
Because his entire screen's black while I can see his mouse moving around. Welcome to
No,
Wayland.
it's not. It's not. It's Ubuntu.
No, it's black. Check Discord. Look at your screen.
Ubuntu, unless you're using NVIDIA, enables Wayland by default.
Yep. So you have to switch to Xorg.
What the fuck?
Oh, Root
dude?
sharing his screen. Let me see this. Oh, we're using bland old Lubuntu.
Hey,
Oh, that. Never mind. This is not bland. This is. Ooh, it looks good.
I got a
I would
custom
share
little,
my
like,
screen.
smiley face right here.
I would share my screen, but because like I'm using the browser version of Discord, I cannot share my screen. So what I did was I joined over the phone. So let me turn this camera on, and then you guys can see my screen. Let's see. Yep, there we go. Look at that. Triple monitors, boys.
Is that Gentoo?
Yeah.
Is that Gentoo?
Mr.
That is
Richie
actually
Rich
an
here has
rsync
3
script.
monitors.
And let's see here.
It Gentoo?
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, hold on. We gotta just kick him out of here. Give me just 1 second.
Oh yeah, kick. Yeah.
No,
Fake news. Fake news. Everything.
Hold on, I didn't come in here as like a Gentoo guy this time, all right?
Is this where I point out I'm currently using Windows because I need to do something? I was playing with my friend.
That's the guy that needs to be fucking
Give me just
kicked.
1 second. I got another person to kick out of here.
But seriously, he needs to be kicked like right now.
Yeah. Actually, just give me just 1 second. We can't have you selling us on Microsoft ideas right now.
Oh no! I'm not selling it. No. I mainly No.
He's like, look, guys, look.
No.
I didn't come in here to sell you on Game Pass. I swear. Okay. It's only $199, like for the first 3 months, but you don't have to. It's just an amazing deal. Like I'm not going to push it on you guys. By the way, have you heard of the Office deal?
Have you heard of Open Office? Question mark.
Have you heard of free real estate?
I mean, if all else fails, let's count the servers that are running Gentoo here. Let's see here. Server rack. That's a power supply. Don't worry about that. But that's Gentoo. That's Gentoo. That's Gentoo. That's Gentoo. That's Gentoo.
How many watts is the entire rack?
That's Gentoo. That's Gentoo.
Lies.
We're still running Gentoo on everything.
It's all lies. It's all fake news.
How many watts is that entire rack pulling?
It's only 20. No.
So, the big one on the bottom is an Epic rack. It only idles at like 128 watts. The total rack in general.
Is it a dual CPU or is it a single?
No, single.
Single. Okay, that makes sense.
Single. But the entire rack at idle pulls about 716 watts average, if I remember right.
Yeah,
And then every Sunday about noon, they all start compiling. So then we're pulling something like 1,500 watts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What
we're basically maxing out the circuit.
Oh yeah. Is it a 15 amp or is it a 20 amp circuit?
It's 15 amp.
15 amp. Yeah, makes sense.
So it's actually connected to two different circuits. So what it is that when typically like two of the servers run on one circuit as a primary, with the other one being a fallback, and then the other two servers run off of one circuit with the other one as a fallback.
Makes sense. What do you use to link them? Well, SFP plus, Fabric, QSFP, so on. What's your network?
So The network stack is really just
Wait,
Linux.
didn't talk.
I use IP tables
GTA
to
5 load?
set up it.
No, I just gotta
What-
play it.
Okay.
What switch do you use? Or is it? Or
You
is
think
it
I'm nuts now? Come on, man.
Well, I just want to make sure it worked. I thought you clicked it and then it went.
Yeah.
we
I'm
went
trying.
back.
I'm trying. I was just showing you like it. I loaded everything up. So.
Testing.
So I have one server that has 3 network cards in it, and that acts as the primary switch. And then I have the cheap like $20 TP-Link gigabit switches that go to everything else. But the servers all basically just direct connect to each other.
Oh, TP-Link. Okay.
Chinese spyware.
Yeah, just standard TP-Link switch. Because you know, it's something. It has 8 ports. And then like I have another TP-Link switch that has 4 ports PoE, which I only need the 2 ports PoE, one for the Wi-Fi access point, which is TP-Link Omada, and then another one for the Raspberry Pi that sits there because the Raspberry Pi runs a DHCP server.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my data center upstairs, it's in like an old bedroom. I think that pulls 450 watts at idle, but it's like a bunch of HP and a bunch of Dell towers, like Gen 4 systems. But I mean, it does what I need. It's like 8 Proxbox servers. So I mean, that's what I need. It's like somewhere like 100.
Well, at my job, I got a whole network wall in the middle of my data center.
Oh boy.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
but then again,
people call me a savage because I don't believe in buying routers anymore.
Well, I mean, the entirety is I with routers, I run my own custom. I think it's a pfSense. I want to go over to OpenSense sometime soon, but it does what I need to do. But no, I think it's I think
realistically, the only reason you would go to OpenSense is if you want to set up a WireGuard tunnel.
Yeah, well, I mean, the newest I think was 2.5.1 or 2. I think it's 2. They have like a bootleg implementation of WireGuard. It's like a package you download because all that. I
thought they removed it.
They removed it in 2.5.0 because they removed it there, but I think they added hardware kernel support now. I want to say, but no. The most I run is a few IPsec tunnels to Oracle and Azure.
I would say Juniper networks.
That stuff glows bright in the sun.
Because
I do not want to sound like a dick, but that shit glows bright in the sun.
Yeah, but the thing is, they run Linux, so like I know you can get WireGuard running on it.
Who here works in IT?
I do.
Okay, so I just got a comment on one of my on something on Mountain Lala's channel. This is pretty funny. So somebody said in regards to OpenBSD and FreeBSD, they say still lacks features that Linux has, and that's true. And Linux lacks features that Windows has. I mean, that's a circular argument. They said, let me know when you get secure boot working on it. Until then, OpenBSD and FreeBSD have no business on a laptop or a server unless you like getting hacked. So they think because OpenBSD and FreeBSD doesn't support secure boot, which I believe FreeBSD actually does.
I think it does too.
Yeah.
Are these the same people who smoke the crystal meth that they think TPM?
I don't know, but this just came up in my notifications. But it's funny.
It sounds like them. Yeah.
It's like if you don't have secure boot, you're gonna be hacked, brother. And I'm like, wait, isn't secure boot like a physical access thing? Like, and being hacked is a remote.
It is a physical access thing.
Yeah. So this person doesn't even know what the hell they're talking about.
No.
This is so common.
Exactly.
Unless you're desperately worried about your grandma coming in your room and fucking hacking your PC, like it really doesn't matter.
It's
but
amazing.
I see this all the time. People will sit there and they'll lecture you online like they're experts in something when it's pretty obvious they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yes, I mean, well, obviously, dude, that happens all the time.
Internet experts.
Everyone on the internet is an expert, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, dude. Haven't you been there?
Oh, I know. It's just funny.
genius.
It's just funny to me. Yeah, I know. It's so funny to me. It's funny. Or like my favorite one is they're like, well, OpenBSD is just not ready for the desktop. It's only good for the server. It has poor performance. And I'm like, bro, I literally made this video that you're watching, screencasted it from OpenBSD. Like, it can do things. It's usable.
It's just hilarious when people the term I'm going to be really hair splitting here, but the term hacker, when they say, oh, if you use desktop, well, a mental outlaw. I mean, as long as you can as long as you have a couple brain cells to rub together, it's not hard to either follow a guide or just break it down mentally, if you know what I mean by that. It's if you don't make a computer explode, you can probably install any OS you want under the sun.
But see, like I've talked about this with other people. Like the thing about that is like what you're doing is what's it really happened with people who are experienced with something. Because you go, well, you start assuming knowledge that you have to be basic because you learned it so long ago that it should be basic knowledge for everyone. And that's not true. And so like it makes it seem where complex things for somebody seem crazy because they're so simple to you, because you have compounded basic knowledge.
It's so many bricks down the knowledge or books down.
You know what I've also noticed though?
Weights.
Some people are addicted to complexity, to where if I find a simple solution for something, they think that it's inferior because it was simple.
Yes.
You know, I know people that are like that too. They like I don't understand.
Hey Zaney, you got a porn bot.
Oh,
I don't understand why. Oh, here I'll take care of it. I think I'm a moderator. I don't understand why people love ZFS. Like I get it, like from a production IT standpoint, but I think it's just like, why? I got enough shit to worry about. Why now I got to worry about like all these knobs and things to turn and twist and do all these commands and tuning with my file system. Like honestly, I never touch my file system.
Bitrot. Bitrot is the main. Yeah, bitrot. The entire trick is it can. If a file sits for long enough and it's not actively checked or like actively cloned in multiple places, you can have bitrot. There is a valid argument there, but I mean, the other.
I've never really experienced it.
It was just hair splitting. I think I had bitrot in some of my ancient. I think it was like archive. It was like a cluster storage like years ago. No, I think I had. I think it was like a 2, 3, 4 terabyte file that just it wouldn't work. Well, I think it was a video or some sort. It was oh god, I think it was actually a zip file or encrypted zip. It was something encrypted, if I remember it, like a ancient ass backup, and it wouldn't decrypt anymore, and the files are all just messing. I think it was called. No, that would have been actually 2 years ago. It was like PicoCrypt or something. It would just refuse to open and decrypt. ZFS is good. Well, ZFS's only strong point, in my opinion, is bitrot protection. That is it.
True.
Anything else with ZFS is just a bigger pain in the ass. There's nothing you can't do with the other common file system.
You'd be amazed the vitriol I get for just not being into ZFS or thinking that OpenBSD needs ZFS. Look at these people that they're so passionate about ZFS that it's just a travesty that OpenBSD just will not port ZFS, and it's just it's just ridiculous.
I had like somebody go on a tangent once because I told them that I use ButterFS as my root file system and ZFS because at least I know what the fuck is actually going on.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand. I mean, I understand fanboyism, but god dang,
I almost want to blame. Well, this is going to be really hair splitting here, but the entire trick is people watch Linus Tech Tips, and they go, "Oh, I'm now an expert in every single thing in serverland," and they go, "Oh my god, this guy's using ZFS on his pools and shit." And then they just apply that logic to straight up everything else under the damn sun. Yep. And they think their solution is better than your solution. And it's
what's confusing to me is like, okay, you can run ZFS on Linux and you can run ZFS on FreeBSD. Why does OpenBSD need to do it too? Why is that a big deal? Like when I'm making a promotional video about OpenBSD, why do you even got to bring it up?
Well, yeah, and like, honestly, also the whole the people who are screaming about ZFS are the weirdest people too, because like ZFS is clearly a file system where it's not that security is not a focus. It's that it's not a focus. Like they want it to be secure, but the great thing about ZFS is the features.
You can encrypt your Z pools or whatever, can't you? Like,
yes, but like compared to something like OpenBSD, where not just the files, everything that it encompasses the project is security focused. Like that's not ZFS's focus, and like you're asking for a massive project to be ported over to something where, like,
there's a level of entitlement to it, and almost like McDonald's like consumerism, where they take for granted all this open source development. Like it should just have everything that I want. Why doesn't it have everything that I want?
But see, a lot of people also haven't been informed in how small the OpenBSD team is.
Yeah.
Like most
They
people
treat it like it's Linux.
Well, yeah, like they just assume. Well, I mean, if Linux has, like, because a lot of people think that there's a small number of people behind Linux and developing Linux, and those people have no idea what a small group of people is until you see the OpenBSD.
I'm pretty sure that Silicon Valley is bankrolling Linux development, like pretty much.
Yes, like
a lot of what we have
hold on.
wouldn't happen without corporate influence.
Stop thinking. I'll go ahead and confirm it for you. Yes, like they're funded heavily by many tech corporations. Like, yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't even be able to watch Netflix in Linux if it wasn't for Google. I think Google paid for that wideband binary. They footed the bill.
Oh,
for
that DRM.
DRM.
I think DRM shit.
It was developed for Chromebooks.
Mm-hmm. And those are and there's mainly don't they share little snippets from the kernel? But it's like really like cursed. I don't
know.
Isn't Chrome OS? Isn't Chrome OS just like semi? Well, is it closed source?
I'm
pretty sure.
Yes, it's semi-closed source, but fairly open because it's really just it's mainly just Gentoo, but with some.
What is it using as a desktop environment?
I think it's a custom.
Well, it's custom.
It's their own.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they made it all. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a fork of Gentoo, but then
it's usually younger people. It's probably the same kind of people that just believe that everything should be free and that money just comes out of thin air and stuff.
Well,
but they don't understand.
But they don't. Like the overarching theme throughout this entire conversation always comes back to there are people on the internet that do live like that, where they act like money is just ethereal. You don't really need to focus on getting it because you'll always be fine, and like it's not that way. Like if you need to do something to make cash and it requires something proprietary or something with licensing, like, I mean, again, assuming the license is at the very least something that you deem okay, then good, go for it, make the money. Like there's nothing to be fine. I mean, obviously if you wholly object to it, don't agree to something, like don't agree to essentially a contract that you don't agree with, that you can't uphold. Like, I mean, if you really can't stop yourself from distributing Windows illegally to your friends, like, you probably shouldn't get Windows. Like, let's just be honest.
Yeah, probably.
But
just circling back to the whole people just demand all these features out of OpenBSD. Like, it should have Wine, it should have ZFS, it should have Linux. They want a free BSD like OpenBSD. But I'm just like, okay, in my mind, I'm thinking, all right, well, why don't you just use FreeBSD? So there's something they don't like about FreeBSD that they like about OpenBSD, but they want kind of the best of both worlds. They want to have their cake and eat it too. They want OpenBSD to have all these cool things and also still be OpenBSD. And I don't think it would be OpenBSD anymore.
It almost sounds, to be honest, it almost sounds like a personal ego issue that's widespread enough to affect a massive group of people that demand stuff. It's almost, it's the same stigma of, what's a good example? It's, I don't know if I really can use an example, but it's the same stigma as I use Arch, and I want all these features, and then there's enough crowd around, there's a big enough crowd that they actually start implementing, and then people go, oh, there's next best OS, something, well, next best either Gentoo or BSD lineup.
Yeah.
It's that next hop in that, like, my ego is bigger. Let's laugh on the arch user that just screams that shit. It's I would almost want to boil it down to an egotistical drive of some sort. The fact that I'm using this OS and I have these features that you don't have. I think it would almost be that. I can't confirm.
Why aren't people content to just use Linux and FreeBSD then? Why do they have to like dog on OpenBSD?
Look, like mainly, like here's the thing, and it's something that you have to understand that you shouldn't get upset about at all, because you have a channel and a kind of brand built on advocating for OpenBSD and FreeBSD, and so some people who have use cases or needs that can't be accomplished on OpenBSD are going to comment or directly talk with you about how, well, if you had this one thing, I'd be able to use it. And I don't understand how you could possibly expect me to even be interested.
But I don't expect them to be.
Exactly.
I always
but
they just assume.
That's my point. You have a brand that advocates for it, so people naturally assume that, like, without ever, like, even probably watching, like, more past like a minute worth of your content, they just assume that you're trying to push it on them, like you guess, because so many people in the Linux, like, the most true statement that you guys will ever hear is that Linux is for people who hate Windows, and Unix is for people who, or BSD is for people who love Unix. It's so true. Like, in the Linux community, most people want you to desperately use it because of Windows or because of an ideology, and they want you to join the cause. There's no the cause with OpenBSD. It's just like, do you like it? Like,
yeah, we exist.
Exactly.
And also, like, a lot of times I'm always trying to dispel false information that people spread about OpenBSD, because a lot of people, like, the one thing that really gets me, that there's always like clockwork, like, it's an inevitable probability. There's somebody in the comment section, well, OpenBSD has an ancient file system from the 19s. If it only had a modern its file system is ancient. It's from the 70s.
Well,
and I'm just like,
here's the problem.
Why do you think this?
Here's the problem. This would now be like the third or fourth time that I've heard you say that, and so people that know it upsets you will make alt accounts just to comment that, just so they can get a rise on you. That's literally.
They're just gonna drive me insane. Because they have to know that OpenBSD just got a new file system like 3 years ago.
Yes, because you have said that so many times on your channel.
I demand that you install ZFS on your system right now, because that file system is older than even UFS or whatever file system they complain about.
The computer I'm talking to you right now is running XFS as a file system.
Oh, well then, you old crotchety fucking bastard, you need to install ButterFS on the system right now. Just use a real fucking file.
Because you know what? I am not a file system geek. File systems are not my thing. Like, it's just not something that I stay up late at night in my bed going, oh man, I wonder about file system. How's my file system?
Wait, hold on.
File system?
Root. If you're telling me that you don't lay awake and lose sleep at night over what file system you're running, I don't even know if you're clinically sane. Like, we probably
I don't even know what reality is anymore. The Earth might as well be.
Exactly. I mean, I think every normal person lays awake at night just being like, oh God, was it right to choose NTFS or exFAT for that drive?
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh man.
The advantages of the file system as long as it can support the shit you want and the stuff you daily drive, it'll come back to what does the person do in said desktop and does it compute in their way they want. As long as it does it, and it's the bit rot, as long as you would have 2 sets of backups, it should be good enough for any average Joe.
I have never experienced bit rot before, and
it is very well. One question: bit rot. Well, bit rot can be had by multiple ways. Charge particle hitting a disk, but that's very rare. Or just if it's SSD, you'll actually see it. Well, not see it, but if you put an SSD in like a hot car and leave it there for like a couple of years, then you try to read the data. But that is a very, very edge case. Usually, a drive's always powered up, and hard drives are the most susceptible to it when they're powered off. So are SSDs. But if a system's not powered off, it is very rare to see it. But it's more edge cases. It's the same. Well, this is gonna be really, really controversial take here, but it's the same reason people use ECC memory instead of non-ECC or non-registered.
Well,
disks.
yes.
But that is. But
that's true.
Memory is a faster access. Well, it's memory is more susceptible to errors.
Well, but you're not wrong, because the idea though is when you use ECC memory, if incorrect bytes are recognized in RAM and then rewritten to the disk, they will be fixed upon rewrite. Yeah. So, assuming that whatever task you're using rewrites back from RAM to disk, you'd be fine. In any case of bit rot.
I mean, to be someone that is like dog fooding the OpenBSD file system, I do have an external hard drive, like a cheap Seagate one that I have a formatted FFS2, and I've had it for almost little over a year, and it's had a lot of files on it that they're still fine. There's nothing wrong with them. The mouse is just fine.
Do you use it for video?
I use it for storage, like a backup.
Again,
hard drive.
I mean, what media?
Bit rot is not something that's like guaranteed. It's extremely rare. Like
it's the same.
Okay.
Well,
my bigger concern would be like, okay, like if I'm in the middle of a file, or like let's say I'm in the middle of an update, like I'm doing a sys upgrade, or I'm doing a package add -u. So I guess in Arch terms, that'd be like a sudo pack add -syu, or an apt upgrade, or apt install upgrade, or whatever. If I unplug the machine, the power goes out. I unplug the machine. When I turn it back on, is the system going to boot still? Is data going to be corrupted? Is it going to be able to pick up where it left off with the install? That's what matters to me. And if it does just fine, like with OpenBSD, you can be in the middle of a system upgrade, unplug that sucker, plug it back in. You can fix it. It'll pick up where it left off. The package manager is pretty good. It'll just start over again. Like the only thing that I think is bad with that
that's kind of true though with most distros too. Like they will survive something like that in the middle of an upgrade. I mean, not every Linux distro will do that. There will definitely be some that can't live up to that standard.
Or let's say, like there's no kernel that if it were interrupted in the middle of if they were interrupted doing some kind of background process, like the power went out, then all of a sudden, boom, file system's corrupted and the shit's broken and it won't work anymore. Everything.
That's the same with Linux kernels, and the kernel's not going to be responsible for making it to where your actual anything on the disk isn't going to write anymore. Because it's just going to be pulling information. So
the only thing I know of that actually just will break itself for no good reason is Windows.
Oh yeah, Windows. If you piss off Windows or just touching the wrong way, it just goes, I'm going to scream and explode.
Yeah, literally, that's the most accurate description, is touching it the wrong way. Doing something slightly weird, and it's like
you touch it inappropriately.
When I was a pleb about using computers, I did not know this, but I didn't know that you're not supposed to store valuable files in Windows on your desktop and folders on your desktop, because that one day after a Windows update, it just decided to delete all the freaking folders on my desktop just for me. Conveniently, it just noticed that they were there. It's like, you probably don't need these.
Yeah.
So
I actually think I had a phone call with, I think, relatives over that, because they had tax documents on their desktop, and they needed them for tax season to input them into TurboTax. Just because they would, it's what the hell they do? It's that automatic thing that lists it all. It's like you don't have to. I'm not good with taxes. I do not touch them, but it's like an automatic sorting, so a bunch of stuff just does for you. But no, I remember that phone call was terrible because they lost, I think, 6 or 7 years of tax documents, but they only need 2. And that was a phone call of, that was not a nice phone call, but there's no way actually, I think there was. The only way I think you could have done that, but they only contacted me, I think, a few days later for some weird reason. When try run, what's that one disk utility it pulls from the sectors and tries to reconstruct files? Oh my god, what's that called? Like recovery stuff. And no, it didn't get it.
Just cleanup? I don't know.
No,
I haven't used Windows in years, bro.
No.
Oh god.
There's a
the hard drive.
No, not defrag. Like file recovery, like the file names are just wiped when you delete. You know when you delete a file on Windows, it just wipes the instead of writing over that sector, it just deletes the map. What's that map called?
Like the symlink or whatever to it.
The partition.
Yeah. Yes, that. You can still find those partitions that haven't been written over yet to use other space and recover that. And you can't because they already wrote over it. But that's a nice rant internally. But no, it's just no. Well, Windows was very.
Getting back to the whole file system thing. Yeah. I think a good file system should be something that just can
That's it.
It works. It doesn't break for just random reasons. And also, it goes hand in hand with a good package manager that if something were to happen, if it was interrupted, it can repair and pick up where it left off.
Really, in all honesty, the only final topping that could be added to OpenBSD's file system is something like the feature of ButterFS and all the other gobbledygook file systems that people also advertise. They all have essentially a snapshot feature or an ability to take a time shot or a snapshot of what the system was like at one point in time on a periodic level. As long as you have that, I feel like that's the final touch to any good. As long as you have a good underlying file system and you add that to it, then there's literally nothing past that for an average user would make it any better. For enterprise, sure, there's other features we could talk about, and also home lab scenarios, sure, but for an average desktop user, a good file system that's not easily corrupted, plus an ability to take something like snapshots of the system, so that should an update not be able to fix itself, you can immediately roll back to what was working a day ago or whatever. That's perfect.
Now, a live clone system. On
OpenBSD by default, it comes with a multi-partition kind of scheme. So your home directory is in its own partition. So technically, you could, if you were really concerned about this, you could use rsync, which is in OpenBSD's base. You could use rsync to back up your home partition, or there's other tools in base that you can use, like dump and restore. And you could, if something were to break, you would still have your home directory. You just do a clean reinstall, and then just bring back your home directory.
He's talking about completely skipping the reinstall step.
Yeah, my point is that snapshot feature makes it way easier to just quickly roll back.
Yeah, the OpenBSD developers, they're not really big on that for some reason.
I know. It's weird. And I'm not saying this is something that needs to happen or anything. I'm just saying
you make a good point.
Icing on top. That's the final touch.
Occasionally this does happen, and people will say, no, it doesn't ever happen. Trust me, it does happen occasionally. Even though the OpenBSD developers say they're not allowed to do this, they're not allowed to break the system and ship it as a snapshot. But I have gotten some questionable snapshots where things were wonky or not working properly in the snapshot, and there's no way to revert. Once you upgrade to a snapshot, you're stuck with it until they fix the problem. There's no what's the term I'm looking for where you go back a
Rollback.
snapshot.
Recourse.
Rollback. Yeah, there's no rollback when you're running current, when you're running development branch.
And see,
you just gotta stick it out.
That's
Rue,
where the final touch on the file system comes in, because even if the snapshot forces you to keep on the latest current release, you can't really go back a version.
Oh, you actually, you know what? I think you could if you use CVS and you went back a couple commits and then you compiled a kernel out of that.
Well, yes, but that's much more in depth.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's more in depth.
You can set up file system level snapshotting with any kind of file system as long as rsync is a supported tool.
Well,
you can set up file system snapshots with rsync.
But that's different.
Yeah, that's a hack. That's more of a would that count as a plugin?
It's actually not even a hack. It's actually how they used to do the stuff before DSS came around.
It's not a hack, but that's the tool that you used to use to do it. What I'm saying is what I'm talking about is the final icing on a file system. That's how you take a good stable file system and you add that snapshotting feature, and that solves pretty much most Linux distribution, OS distribution problems for an end user, because they can just quickly roll back and they don't even have to worry about fixing something. If you need to get work done, this thing has to be operational and something happens that's unintended, they can just roll back. That's fantastic. And I'm not saying that it needs to be done for every file system to be great, but genuinely, because this obviously couldn't be done with NTFS. NTFS is not a good stable file system.
No, it's not.
One thing I've noticed about the OpenBSD developers is they definitely are they do like the old-fashioned way of doing things. They are, some people would say, I wouldn't say stuck in the past, because there's nothing wrong with the past. And I think some of those old-fashioned ways of doing things they have their use. They're kind of cool. They're very minimalistic in a lot of ways, and our modern ways of doing things can be overcomplicated.
No.
Now, Root, I do have a question for you. Do you know if time shift is inside the OpenBSD repository?
Oh, I don't know if it is. It probably okay.
It's not.
I mean,
it's not.
No.
Okay. They have a form of journaling called soft updates, or at least the developers say it's like journaling.
Hold on, it's been a while since I've checked, so and I don't know that I've really looked out for time shift, but I know someone was talking about it. I'm pretty.
Now, the main reason why I'm mentioning time shift is because if you use time shift on your Linux or distribution, because I believe it is in the FreeBSD repository. I just don't know if it's in OpenBSD.
It's not.
But what rsync is it's a GUI tool to manage rsync snapshots of your system. And what it does by default is it has a snapshot of your root file system. And it just hooks into your cron daemon and keeps itself updated and everything.
Now, OpenBSD FFS2 has 64-bit timestamps. Is that related, or is that something different?
Wait,
I'm looking at the feature list of FFS2. Timestamps, something different. Okay, I don't know. I'm looking at the features. Okay.
Yeah, it's an application. It's just called time shift.
FFS2 is written by Otto Murphy.
Well, no. See, the problem though is really, in all honesty, yes, you could use, even if time shift's not there, you could just use rsync and set up a backup, just like you would do something locally on the file system, like a snapshot, and it's the same thing, but it's also one of those things where it's just more in depth than something being just built into the file system and native. But if you don't have another option, Yeah.
So I'm looking up directly from the developer of OpenBSD's new file system. His name is Otto. I guess the big focus was to get everything 64-bit to fix some kind of time problem, like 2036 time problem, and to increase speed of the file system. I think that was their big focus with this. Speed and size support.
Yeah.
So some people might say like, okay, that's
a big thing.
Some people might say like, okay, yeah, well, we've had that for a long time, you know, like you're behind, you know, and I don't know. I mean, they're doing their own thing.
We were like dude, like open, like I don't understand. Like you don't have to defend them because they're it's a research distribution. It's fucking tiny compared to most. Like there are the majority of Linux distributions, not Linux as a whole. Linux distributions are magnitudes the size of OpenBSD's project size.
Like, oh yeah, and code-wise too. Oh my god, the Linux kernel is like mega huge.
Yeah, and the fact that OpenBSD can work so beautifully in so many different use cases, like that's really good. Like that's
well, yeah,
pretty cool.
It's good software, and I know for a fact a lot of companies are using OpenBSD's code or OpenBSD in some fashion in their code because it's good code.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that would piss off some of the Stallmanites. They're like, see, they're stealing the code and not contributing back, and it's just like they don't care.
I mean that's the good part about it. Like, yes, go out there and be productive. Like, do something with the code. That's fine. Like,
yeah,
we're trying to do our own shit too. Like.
Well, I think that actually I know Theodore Rapp for a fact, he likes the fact that companies are taking OpenBSD's code because in his mind, it means that we're making everyone's machines more secure, or more using better code, or setting good examples.
That's the thing. Like, there are a lot of Linux people who don't act like they're as comfortable with their beliefs as they are. Like, if the whole goal is to get good code out there that's been audited, that's known to work, it's known to be safe, why would
it's very altruistic if you think about it, because Theo doesn't make a lot of money, but he lives a comfortable life. Like, he's not broke.
When your whole project is about being free and open, and you're not charging any money for it, you just want to put it out there. Why would you be upset that someone who is trying to make money takes it? Like, you're giving it out. Like,
I've heard some people say some really mean things about FreeBSD and call George Neville. You know who George Neville Nelson is? He's one of the main FreeBSD developers who works on the FreeBSD kernel, and they call him a cuck and a simp or whatever, beta, because they say Apple just steals his code and
don't think. Because, like, look, if I gave you a bracelet that was like, it was like a gold bracelet, and then like you took it and like pawned it off and got cash for it because you needed the cash, like, I wouldn't be upset.
Well, now that I think about it, the person that was making that claim, I know this person on the Fediverse. This person is like a kind of a sick, twisted person. They post some of the nastiest shit on the Fediverse. I had to like unfollow them because this person was kind of fucked up in the head.
Well, yeah. Well, it collects.
Well, he has a YouTube channel too. His name is Gettendorf. Yeah, he's
the one. This is what I keep telling you about the Fediverse. Like, I don't.
Have you ever seen
people stay on?
I fucking love the Fediverse, but I do. Even Joshua's on the Fediverse. I find like-minded people and I mute.
I'm on the Fediverse, but I don't look at the Fediverse. Does that mean that I'm on the Fediverse still?
Well, okay. There are good people, and then there are weird people, and then there are straight up just fucking trash people on the Fediverse. You know, it's like any platform. But I tend to gravitate towards the good people, and there's a lot of good people on there. And then there's and I do like the kind of the wild freeness of it. It's so free and wild that people are just saying off the cuff things all the time.
It reminds you of the old internet. before
Yeah,
all the shit
it reminds me of the old internet, so I love it. I mean, there are some people that get out of line on there, and I just mute them. You know, I don't like people that are like just like try to use the N word all the time to be edgy. That shit pisses me off. You know,
the entire thing is
that kind of
But
stuff.
you're gonna see it on there, that's for sure.
You will see it, yeah. But
People-
you know.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's some fucking teenager in their basement. They just like I can say this now because nobody's gonna fucking ban me or put me in Facebook jail.
This and again, I could really It's because it gets restricted and people go, oh, that's restricted, so I'm gonna do that copious amount of times. Like, oh, I can do it here. Oh, I have this magical.
Almost,
I have this magical power.
It's like
But
a repressed. Because they are in these communities that have so many rules and you can't say this, you can't say that, like Reddit and Discord mods and stuff like that. When they get into an environment that has no rules, they're like, oh yeah, and they just start going wild with it.
So if I can kind of drag this topic the same framework as I would want to call it. So over in Germany, I think the legal age 14 to drink or something stupid. I don't remember. Their alcoholism, you compare theirs to the U.S. and it's like, why do we have alcoholism like extreme shit in the States? Because it is not taboo. It's taboo in the States. It's like, oh, you can't do this, you can't touch this, and it's that magical thing that it's like, oh, now I can have this. I'm going to abuse the living piss out of this. It's the same reason when people hit 21, they get shit faced for like a solid year and a half. And it's just this like binge. It's I can have this. I can have this. I never had
this before. You make a very good point. That makes a lot of sense.
It's the same shit. It's the same shit gets applied to the internet, but it's 10 times worse because no one has a face behind it. Someone can't walk up to them and then shake them and say, "What the hell are you doing?" It's internet amplifies shit in such a you can't.
But what's cool about the Fediverse is that I can mute that person or block them. I'm not a fan of blocking, but I can mute that person, and then I know it's like they don't exist anymore. And everybody has that power, so everyone can fine tune who they interact with.
You have that same power on Facebook.
That's like saying, well, look, dude, you can choose to ignore these 30,000 people every day. Like, are you honestly telling me that, like, all right, so imagine that you had like the Fediverse broken down to you like numbers wise. Okay, so like let's say you look at the Fediverse for 2 hours, you see 110 posts. That's 110 posts. Probably if we break that down number wise, let's like on word count, that's probably at least 1,500 words that you see in a day. And if 750 of those words are just like hateful, spiteful shit, or just crazy, like radical, like shit that you just don't want to see,
borderline domestic terrorism.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, I don't see a lot of that on the Fedi. There are people that just kind of live to like fight each other, that live to be toxic. But I don't see like it's
the
only
biggest
certain people,
problem,
and it's certain instances that I know that are notorious. Like there's certain instances that are notorious for being racist, and there's certain instances that are notorious for being like Antifa communists. And it's usually those kind of like those radicals on each side of the fight, you know.
It's the imaginary playground wars.
But in general, it kind of breaks down into just different types of people. Like you have the tech side of the Fediverse, people that are just, that's all they want to talk about is technology and computers, and they're geeks and nerds, and there's that side. And then there's the boomers that just want to talk about like politics and Trump and conspiracies and stuff like that. And you got that aspect of it too. And it kind of breaks down into that.
Yeah.
And then you got the perverts that just want to like post, anime pictures with titties all day long, and they're 24/7 horny.
I mean,
the next
There's 24/7 horny. There's actually an instance for them. It's called base.
Oh, why is it called
Base?
base?
Is the instance. It's called base, like BAE.ST, and it's the horniest instance on the. They're all just horny on there, and some of them
Can you give me that link? No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
I'm giving you shit. I'm never going to Fediverse, no matter how much anything.
You know, well, we had this discussion before. I have become kind of desensitized to some of the stuff out on there.
Right.
Just, like, whatever. It's like cringe to me. And like, if somebody's posting something really fucking nasty.
Hang on a second, guys, because I just want to clear this up for like the potential future viewer of this stream, like 5 years from now, that wants to know what the hell the Fediverse actually is. It's basically what the Fediverse is at its core is it's a protocol. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And what it is it's a protocol that you connect different services to. That way, all these different services can communicate with each other. It's almost like it's this. The Fediverse. When Root is talking about the Fediverse, he's basically talking about Mastodon.
No, I'm also talking about Pleroma. And But actually, most of the hardcore crazy people are using
Pleroma, but Decentralized.
Mastodon is mostly like either tech bros or like hardcore like Antifa.
Yeah, but this entire conversation is proof of my point of like why most FOSS social media platforms will die. Like, yeah, so what he's basically talking about is this. No, I'm actually talking about this.
I know.
And then, like, well, actually, like, what we really need to talk about is the specifics of how the communication software actually works. And then, all the while, someone who just uses Discord is just like, what in the fuck are you talking about? Like,
I've heard some messed up things about Discord. Discord's kind of fucked up.
Discord.
Well, no, but see, Discord is they have their own teams that try and moderate like certain mass amounts of servers, but obviously employing enough people to do that for as many Discord servers as there are is pretty much impossible. So Discord actually does try and do that. And then also on Discord, you manually choose which servers you go to, which usually you find from other sources. And if you're choosing to go into a racist Discord, like,
that's your own prerogative.
Yeah, like if you come into like my Discord and you're racist, bye. Like, yeah, like it's just one of those things where like it's the same thing as the Fediverse, but it's also it's regulated more, and it mainly because it's backed by a company that can afford to actually pay at least a small team of people to try and go through and moderate Discord servers for people who clearly don't give a shit or are okay with bad things.
Well, you know how the Fediverse works with like instances, like you have all these different instances.
Self-hosted.
Yeah, so you have one that's running like just like Joshua said, it's different software talking to each other with the same API, the same protocol.
It also, at the same time, you have people hosting this. Well, I'm actually halfway thinking about cooking my own up for about a half a year now. The entire trick of it is, you have servers in completely different locations, and there's really no way to censor them, other than a government firewall.
I think that's really kind of cool. Yeah,
it's really good to have a decentralized social media of some sort, because the entire trick is no one holds the key. That means no one can shut one up. You have these groups that can be good and bad at the same time, because you can have people that have just gone fully off the rails.
My point is not that they're bad at all. I think they're like
they're great.
There shouldn't be an argument against having a decentralized social media platform. Like that's how it should be. That's how every single one should be. Like no government should be able to skew what the actual people are talking about, especially when it comes to the government. Like you shouldn't be able to censor anything like that. So to further that point, like because it should be that way, we should never ever try to tackle the problem like programmers or developers. If we want to tackle this problem, it has to be from a marketing angle. Like you don't sell people on a social media platform by talking about how its back end works or how like actually what it is a protocol that you can have multiple different front ends that you can self-host yourself and have these cool reliable, like, shut the fuck up. Like, give them an application that works, that's just like copy Discord for all I fucking care. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, just
is there like a Fediverse version of Discord?
Yes, there's
Revolt.
No, we'll see. Well, the best
Revolver's back end.
The best alternative to real Discord on, like, as a boss implementation is Element. But the problem is Element is never its own thing. It's super improperly marketed because everyone wants to talk about Matrix. Like, fucking stop. Like, Discord doesn't
all Matrix.
What is it? Rocket?
Like,
Rocket.chat. Rocket.chat has the same API implementation with that complete dumpster fire of instances. Oh, what is that called? Oh boy. I remember reading. Yeah, XMPP is the older kind of style of that, but it doesn't seem anything wrong.
But it's still used.
Isn't Matrix ActivityPub compatible?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Matrix and Rocket.chat have got that implementation, I think, a couple months ago. I think.
Yeah.
So you can connect your Matrix Synapse server to ActivityPub, so you can actually stream your Matrix communications directly to Mastodon if you actually want to, which will probably be kind of cancerous for like any kind of maintainer of a Mastodon server. But it's a thing that you could potentially do. Yes.
What do you think about PeerTube? PeerTube is a federated kind of technology.
I mean, PeerTube is borderline BitTorrent, but just BitTorrent. What's that BitTorrent player? Oh, we can stream like a torrent.
Wait, guys, like, I don't think y'all are getting my point. Like, y'all are talking about all these cool features that you can do with these software, and, like, all right, honestly, like, let me ask you all a simple question. Do you want these FOSS implementations, these FOSS social media platforms to succeed over the regular ones?
It depends.
Honestly, I could care less.
Yeah, I could care less.
It's kind of the same.
Because the Fediverse is popular.
They're doing a great job for not doing it right.
If you don't care about their success, then let me tell you something. You're going to be on a dead social media platform. So.
My
experience is I've been doing the Fediverse for a year, and it's very active. Like, it's active as fuck.
Yeah, it'll stay active until those people die off. Like,
but I mean,
because you're not trying to get new users.
You mean people are going to stop developing the software?
Honestly, the biggest reason why I even post to PeerTube or even Odyssey, for an example, is because I think YouTube needs a competitor, like an actual good competitor.
I would completely agree.
At this point, the only viable competitors for YouTube is other paid streaming platforms or library, and PeerTube is an option that anybody can grab. Anybody can spin up their own host, and now they also offer a video platform service.
Well,
and you know what?
But that's disingenuous. That's disingenuous, though, because yes, I can, but it's nowhere near. You could not build a career off of your content, most likely off of a PeerTube instance.
You shouldn't be trying to build a career off of content, though, Zaney.
No, unless you're going to Hollywood shit. No, unless you're going to Hollywood shit, you should never build your job around a platform that is so unstable. And the fact that you can get wiped off if an algorithm doesn't like you or if it changes, that is a terrible idea. You always want to have a side. The entirety is that a piece of software running on possibly a GPU or a CPU can say, "Oh, you're out of a job. go find something else. That is awful. The entire trick of it is you should have a solid job and then maybe do YouTube as a side, because that is
I'm
failed
not saying
practice.
I'm not
even talking about like growing my own content and like potentially making money. I just want to see the competition. That's it. Like, I don't care to grow.
But like the thing is that requires people to all pay to host their own content, and that's what makes YouTube so popular.
Yeah, but YouTube is paying for it, but you pay no matter what. Nothing is free. So you pay when you're on
via
YouTube.
your time via viewing ads and your data.
I know and understand
you pay and with your data. Your data is they data mine you. Whether you're blocking ads or paying for premium or not, they still get data out of you, out of your viewing habits.
But see, here's the thing.
Can I bring this up too?
The problem with saying that is that is extremely hyperbolic. The statement that they're getting data from you, like, duh, of course they are. They're tracking how long you watch videos, what you search for. Like, yes, you're on their fucking platform. Like, duh.
I mean,
like,
they don't have to do it. They can just charge you because I pay them a fee to be on there.
Yeah,
like I pay for premium.
If you pay, the argument that they shouldn't do that is fair. But we were talking about you get it for free, like compared to PeerTube where you don't have to pay.
Well,
like, that's what attracts people to
I think YouTube data mines me whether I pay that damn premium or not.
No,
Google.
I'm not saying they're not, because they probably are. Most definitely are, whether you're paying for premium.
I was thinking today, like SoundCloud. I think SoundCloud has good technology. They have a lot of artists on SoundCloud that you can't find anywhere else. A lot of kind of independent underground artists on there. But one thing that pisses me off is they are a shitty company, because in order to use their app and not have ads, they literally say, okay, so pay us $12 a month so that we won't play ads in between songs. And I'm just like, okay, that's kind of expensive just to not have ads. And their selling point is, well, we'll let you have offline downloads. So anything you want to listen to offline, you can. But here's the catcher. The offline download only works on proprietary software, on their app, on a proprietary operating system like iOS or Android. And if you ever cancel your subscription anytime, they delete all your offline content. That's that's bullshit.
Yeah, that's very much bullshit. The entire trick of it is,
companies are like this, man.
Bandcamp exists for that same reason. I can go on Bandcamp, I can purchase an album for like $7, and I can download that thing, and I can download that as a FLAC, and I can have that on my phone. I can have that as my iPad, iPod. I can have that on anything that can play a FLAC. I can put it in a CD, throw it in a car, and play it in a car. The entire trick of it is anything that locks you to a proprietary app, all you're doing is temporarily storing on that device. You're not downloading it. Well, you're downloading in the sense.
$12 a month just to not have an ad. $12 a month, and YouTube is just as bad.
Well, but see, the thing is what you're literally doing is going. So I went and looked at an overpriced car today, and I'm really upset about it. Like,
because I feel like.
Well, no, but hold on. But you shouldn't be. You should not let something that's a bad deal affect you so bad, because there is plenty of other ways to get good music.
That's $148 a year to not listen to ads. I mean, is there cloud hosting
saying how bad of a deal it is doesn't make it any better. Like, just. It's not something to be upset about.
I have a legitimate question for RootBSD here.
Okay.
Why don't you just use the SoundCloud mobile website off of your Firefox web browser?
They've been tweaking that website. They've been engineering it to where it's a fucking nightmare to try to use on mobile. And even if you switch it over to desktop, you know how you can tell it to just show the desktop version?
Yeah, desktop.
Even then, it's freaking unusable. You can't even zoom in and out. Like, they're purposely making it to where you are it sucks so much that you have to use the app. So the only other alternative is to use free software. You can use YTDLP, will download all SoundCloud audio, and you can also use a program called Quick Media. Quick Media will stream kind of like a MPV does. It'll use MPV to stream from SoundCloud, which is great. The only problem is you can't use that stuff on an iPhone. And on my Pine phone, the Bluetooth module and the Bluetooth stack in Linux is crap, and I have a hardest time pairing with. I can pair to my speaker, but half the time the pair is terrible. I'm getting static, or it cuts out in the middle of playing, like all the time, or I get a stuttering from the pair. So I'm stuck. It's like I got the cool tools on the Pine phone that I don't have to use the app, but the Bluetooth is so shitty in Linux that it's like I'd rather better use the iPhone, because the Bluetooth pairing is instant. If I'm at work, I don't have time to be dicking with that Pine phone. You know how hard it is to, like, if you're at work and you're just trying to set up your music and then get to cleaning or something, you don't have time to be sitting there going, okay, I gotta get in the terminal and do Bluetooth control and do repair and repower on the Bluetooth module. Oh, I got a bad connection. Let's start over again.
And then with an iPhone, all it is open Bluetooth and go to your headset or go to your Bluetooth speaker.
So it's like it's frustrating.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
This was it.
Can I say something about that mobile app on? I just used Brave, and I just went to SoundCloud.com, and I just played a normal thing. Like it's not broken or anything. It just works, and there's no ads or anything. And
the other day when I was doing it on
nothing
iPhone,
happened.
It was like giving me problems. Maybe I'm crazy.
And I got an iPhone too, so
maybe I'm wrong.
I mean,
one question: how big's the screen on your phone? Because that could also help.
It's kind of small. It's kind of small.
Well, this is an 8, so it's like handheld more. It's not a max.
I could try it. I could try on my SE, like original OG SE, because that screen is like tiny. Let me try.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
You know what? You're right. You know what? I know why. You know what? You're right, because I was trying to use Safari to do this. Is that where I went wrong?
I know my camera's a little shit. See?
Yeah, the little bottom thing.
See? Yeah, see? So it has that bottom thing, and you can just...
Yeah, I don't want to sound weird or anything here, but I thought all browsers on iOS have to use the what's that stuff that Apple... the same... WebKit, thank you. I thought they all have to use the same core.
Well, you can just download a different browser. I got Firefox on here too.
Yeah, I mean Firefox on my phone too. The entire, I thought their core is the same as Safari.
So right away, SoundCloud's not letting me log in on Brave. I'm just getting a blank screen.
What are you? Okay. Oh, are you using your Linux phone?
No, I'm using the Brave port on iOS.
I just went to the SoundCloud website on my phone. Hold on.
Android
or Firefox. This is on Android, but I'm
signing in with my Apple ID because I don't give it two shits about.
I'm just gonna sign in with my Google.
I was trying to sign in with Google.
Yeah.
And you see, it keeps trying to redirect me to use the app. And I'm like, no, I don't want to use the fucking app. The app is crap.
Cool. I can hide my email when I sign up.
Yeah, I just signed.
Oh wait, no. It worked.
All right, well, guys, it's been fun chatting with you, but I am going to be going to bed. Good night.
Sounds good, man. Have a good one.
Sounds good.
Mother Sue or whatever your name is, give me an option to download your music, and I might actually pay you.
Oh, that's right. I need to send you the Pepes.
Yep.
Here, I'll send you your phone pass.
Good night.
I'll just night.
See you, man.
Yep.
Well, I might actually stream here and do a reboot and install Ubuntu so I can play these other games.
You mean like me?
Yes, sir. We'll be Ubuntu brothers.
Yeah.
I need to get off my sinful ass quickly. I need to go to Fedora.
Yeah. Really quick, Mentox.
Yeah.
I realized that I was trying to do this in Safari. This actually works great in Brave. Thank you for the suggestion. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I use that actually at work. I just put in my Beats.
All right, guys, I'm going to end the stream here. Y'all have a good one. I'll see you in the next one. I'll be on Ubuntu. Bye bye, Gentoo. I'm now no longer